Okay, guys, welcome back to Hangar 51. And yes, the PITTS is still on the table. Well, it's back on the table. I'm not going to say it's still on the table. It left the table. I flew it. It's back on the table. Love this airplane. So who's here? I know Rich is here. How you doing, Rich? Who else is here? Hanson's from Canada. Hey, man. I hope you got my message. There you are, Rich. Good to see you, buddy. Shadow, what's up? F.U. Air Marshal. Michael, give me my airplane. Planes, archery, and table tennis. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, buddy. Troy, good to see you, man. So what's up, guys? How your week been? Everybody doing good? Yeah, no problem. I'll what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a 3300 in this probably tomorrow and see where the battery has to be, and I'll update your I'll send you another update on where it balanced with a 3300. I doubt seriously you'd have to put weight in the plane. I think just strapping the battery slightly forward on the tray will easily get you a CG, and I'll confirm that. So I seriously doubt you're going to have to put any weight in it. Roy, what's up, buddy? Randy, hey, pull my finger. William, hey, you're still alive. Good to see you, man. yeah, you glorified button pusher, you. Squid boy. Yeah, I've been doing the same thing, Dave. What I've found to do, which seems to be working out really good, is I've been taking planes that need minor work done, little gluing here or there or something, servo arm change, whatever, out to the flying field, and I fix them while I'm out there. While I'm flying, I got at least 5 planes to fly and 1 to fix, and so yeah, I fixed a bunch of planes that just needed stupid stuff. An aileron control hinge pulled out. So little 5-minute epoxy, wipe it on the, stick it back in. 5 minutes, it's done. Silly stuff like that. Nothing, no crash damage or anything. Just maintenance. So I've been taking it to the field and it's been working. Been getting a lot of planes fixed that way. So, how you doing, Mike? Good to see you, buddy. Mouth to mouth. Just pour a little beer on it. He'll be all over it. Pilot Jerry, good to see you, man. Thank you, Roy. Yeah, listen, yeah, I got it in the air. Of course, I have my telemetry, so I knew where my battery was. So there was no guesswork on how long I could fly it. So I just kept flying it. And, it was a very long maiden flight. And now I was being conservative with it, believe me. I didn't fly it inverted or do any negative G's because the 5000 pack in there, the straps weren't long enough. So they were just barely catching to hold the battery in. And that's a pretty big, heavy battery, the 5000 Smart Pack. And I was so afraid if I did any kind of negative G maneuver that the battery would come out of it. So I wasn't going to risk it. So that's why you didn't see any inverted stuff. I did a couple knife edges. Wow, does this thing knife edge good. Oh, my God. But I didn't do anything inverted. I didn't do any negative G stuff. Just because I was afraid the battery was going to come out. The strap just did not have a good straps. There's two. Just didn't have a good bite on that 5,000 pack. The 4,500 is beautiful. You know, plenty of bite there. Not worried. It's just that 5,000 pack was a little big. It didn't. The strap didn't fit good. I wasn't comfortable with it, so I kept all my G's positive, and you know, I gave it a good flight. You know, but I wasn't going to do anything negative. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Yeah, I really, man, the plane flies good. I was so happy with the way this plane flies. What on earth is this? Something nesting on my plane here. It looks like maybe a baby. Come on, get out of here. Whatever that is. Might be a moth. I don't know. He wouldn't let go of the plane. Yeah, the plane just flew amazing. I can't even begin to tell you guys how happy I am with this plane. My God, it looks fantastic. It flies fantastic. Just for $279, guys, this is George Watts. Good to see you, man. This is the best bang for the buck. At $279, guys, you cannot beat this airplane. I absolutely love this thing. So, I watched today, as a matter of fact, I watched the review that RC Informer, Rich Baker, did on this plane. And I've talked to Rich, and I know he likes his stuff sensitive too, like I do. But he doesn't have near the throws on this plane on his that I have on mine. So apparently I like my stuff more sensitive than even him, because it's a penis. That's what... Is that what those look like? Never seen one before. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, so yeah, I have way more throws than Rich does, and I don't have any dual rates plugged in or nothing, because I ain't never going to turn it down. I love the way it flies. If I changed anything, I would increase the roll rate of the ailerons, but I don't think I'm gonna. I think it's fine. I don't think there's any need to do that. But if I was going to do anything, that's what I would do. But I'm perfectly happy with, you know, it's got a good roll rate. You know, most of my rolls in the video were slow rolls. I was purposely rolling it slow. I did full rolls. Like the first one I did was a full roll. I did like 3 in a row. That was the maximum roll rate for the way the ailerons are set up. And that was pretty good. I mean, I got 3 full rolls, you know, on an arc, you know, comfortably. So, yeah. So I think the roll rate's okay. I don't need to change it. Perfectly happy with the way the plane flies. So, I just love looking at it. I love touching it. It's a great airplane, guys. I'm telling you, what a gorgeous airplane. You know, and the guys that saw it out at the field were all over it. So, and I'm sure this Saturday that there's going to be a lot more. So let's see. I see Keith Christie's here. Good to see you, buddy. Who else? Honey Chuck, what's up, buddy? Who else did I miss? I think that's it for now until somebody else scrolls up that I haven't seen. So yeah, 21 in the room, guys. That's good to see. Good. We just started and we already got that. Great. I may later, I'm going to pull this off the table and bring my LX A-10 out, I think. And I'm going to put it on the table, invert it, so we can look at the way I installed the flaps. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I know. Squirrel! No. So I can show how I install the landing gear, the FMS landing gear in it, because I know John Hill wants to see that, and a few others probably too. So I'm going to do a video on that, and I may just do it live. We'll see. Give it a hug? Okay, I'll give it a hug. Oh, I love this airplane. Yep. Oh, who else is here? Furball. Oh, good to see you, Furball. So I appreciate you guys liking my video. I saw, a bunch of you watched it. Appreciate the comments, guys. I really do. Means a lot. It really does. It really wasn't as dark as the video looked. It was only about 6:37. So the sun was up. It was just behind clouds. There was a whole cloud bank over there on the horizon. So the sun was behind the clouds. And although it looked dark on the video, it really wasn't dark. The sun hadn't gone down yet. It was just behind some clouds. So after I flew this and videoed it, I flew my jet. I flew this again. And I flew one other plane. What the hell was the other one I had out? Trying to remember what I had in the car. Made it a little difficult. Oh, the EC 1500. Yeah, so I flew that. And that's kind of a night flyer. It's got a lot of lights on it, so even though it doesn't glow in the dark or anything, it's easy to see when it gets dark. So I fly that past sundown sometimes, just because of the lights on it. It's pretty easy to track it, keep track of it. So, so I flew that, and then I put everything in the tent, and spent the night in the tent, which the tent's working out great. Gotta love that tent. That thing is super easy to put up, take down. And it's got so much room inside. It's wonderful. So, Roy, are you serious? No, you're not serious. There's no way Randy's your nephew. You might be Randy's nephew, but Randy's not your nephew. So you guys, somebody needs to send George Watts a spell check. You can't even get what was it? MBC. You couldn't get MBC right. Oh, that's funny. Mickey! Hey, buddy, good to see you, man. Yeah, it's not a 10, it's a city block. It's big. It's supposed to sleep 16 people. I think 16 people would really be crowded. I mean, you could get them in there, but it wouldn't be comfortable. It'd be really crowded, unless 8 of them were kids. And you put them in between the adults. Yeah, you couldn't get 16 adults in there comfortably. You'd be practically laying on top of each other. So if everybody was in their own sleeping bag, it's the only way you could possibly do it and not have everybody touching. Harry! Thunderwhite, hey, it's good to see you. Boy, I haven't seen you in forever. Welcome back. Wild Bill. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Look at all these guys jumping in the room. This is awesome. Yeah, you got back in, George. That's why I'm teasing you. You got back in, so you canceled out your own misspell. You were back in. Yeah, yours came up and you were back in. It's funny. You say you got back in at number 8. Listen, I counted on my screen, and I was like 11 on my screen, but on the Boozer screen, I was 40. So I was like, damn. So yeah, our screens don't match their screen. I guess it comes up showing that it sent it quicker to ourselves than to them. So even though I counted out on my screen, I was like, I don't know, 8th or 10th or something. I didn't show up on the Boozer screen until 40th. So, but I was in, so it didn't matter. And you actually got in, George, twice. So yeah, so you canceled your misspell out, so it didn't matter. I'm just giving Wrights a hard time. Hey, it's my airplane. It's George's fault. Are we gonna spin the wheel for the PITTS? Not on your life. No, I would not give. I might give you guys. I might give one away, but not this one. Paul, hey, good to see you, buddy. Okay, so now that Paul's here, we can talk about the glider that I finally got. Oh my God. So, they sent me the glider. Well, I ordered the glider over 2 months ago from AliExpress, and it never shipped. So I canceled the order, and they refunded my money, and I ordered it again from a different vendor. And it shipped right away. And it was in Florida in 4 days. And then it was lost for almost 2 weeks. It made it to the hub in Orlando, and then Smart Post, FedEx's Smart Post is when they hand it off to the post office. Well, I've told you my post office sucks. So Orlando to Brooksville is a 2-hour drive, casual. Easy, right? And the plane was missing for 10 days. It was supposed to be delivered that Friday, then it changed to Saturday, then it changed to unknown, and a whole week went by where they didn't know where it was, and then it came back up again a week after. It was supposed to be delivered on the 6th, and then on the 16th, it said, scheduled for delivery on the 16th, which was that day. Which was, what day was it? What day did that come? Monday? I don't know. What day was the 16th? What's today? Today's the 18th. So it's Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So Tuesday. So it was scheduled to deliver Tuesday. I checked the post office. They still don't have, they still don't show they have it. So the post office is going to deliver it, but they don't even show they have it. You type in the tracking number on the post office site, and they don't have it. So I didn't know if it was coming or not. So it did come. The box was destroyed. I'm like, oh, great. So I open it up, and it's got a lot of rash on it. It's got hanger rash all over it. The top of the wings are all, they have compressions in them from whatever. It bouncing around inside a very poorly packed box. But it's fine. I waited so long for it. I'm not sending it back. I'll just live with the damage. I think I could fix some of it. Maybe a hot rag or a wet rag with a clothing iron over it. Maybe I can suck the foam back out of it and get the rash out of it. I don't know. It's good. It's good foam. It's that real dense, squishy but condensed foam, like an FMS plane. It's really good foam. So I put it all together. It's ready to fly. I haven't flown it yet. Saturday. Be out flying it Saturday. Maybe Friday. I might go out tomorrow. But yeah, it's so I finally got the damn glider, and I put it all together. So yeah, Paul, I'm excited. I can't wait to fly it. I had bought a 4-channel receiver for it, thinking it's 4-channel. Nothing to worry about. And then it gets here, and I realize it's got flaps, and I still didn't catch that there was going to be 5-channel. And I'm thinking it, and I'm getting ready to put my 4-channel receiver in it, and then I'm like, I think I saw one of the plugs with a 5 on it. And I'm like, 5? What? And then, oh shit, this thing's got flaps. Oh crap, I need a 6 or 8 or an 8-channel. That's crap. So I had to change the receiver I was going to put in it out for an 8-channel because I didn't have a 6. So anyway, but it's all in, bound up, ready to go. You know, tested the motor, ran it up. Everything's fine. Everything works. I'm pretty impressed. The servo quality is nice. I don't know what servos they put in this thing, but you know, I put a pretty good strain on them, and I couldn't even get them to hum. You know how when you stress a servo, it hums? Couldn't even get these to hum. You know, they've got a lot of power. They're pretty fast and a lot of power. So I'm real happy with the plane. It looks really good. The fuselage is plastic, you know, which is fine. That's nothing wrong with that. There's no damage on it. And the wings snap in. That's pretty cool. It's got a big clip. And you shove it in until the clip goes click. Big snap sound. And it's on. And then to release it, you just push down on the clip, which pushes it out of the catch. And it clicks again. And then you know it's out, and you just slide the wings out. What I don't like is the plug to, you know, you unplug the servos. They go through a hole that's buried down in the fuselage inside the wing root, and you got to fiddle around with that to get the plug to come out, because if you pull on the wire and unplug the servo, now the plug is going to be inside the fuselage, and then you're going to have to dig it out with, you know, forceps or something. And so yeah, so it doesn't like to turn slow. Okay, Paul, good to know. Yeah, I got a little surprise for the flight I'm going to video. So hopefully you guys like that. I'm going to video it Saturday. Chuck G, good to see you, man. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to flying that. I want to fly this some more. I'm going to fly my my QQ some more. Those are my 3 new airplanes, you know, and the QQ was new and pretty beat up, but it flies good. So I've been cleaning it up. It keeps looking better and better every day. I keep cleaning on it more and more. And so yeah, I'm real happy with that. Been wanting one of those planes forever. Craig, hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in here for a while. Good to see you, guy. So, my thoughts on the PITTS. Okay, off the top of my head, I can't think of one bad point. Nothing. I love everything about it. I wouldn't have changed anything. I don't think. I would have changed the way it was packaged is the only bad point. They should have separated the screws and marked them. Bag A, bag B, bag C, and then the instructions should have said bag A, these screws, because it was a little complicated, a little confusing, trying to figure out where these screws go, because there were a lot of screws. You know, total screw count was 10, 11, 15, 16, yeah, I think it was 16 screws. So that was a little confusing, you know, which screws, because they tell you in millimeters, you know, it's a 2 millimeter. How do you fucking measure a, you know, I don't know how to, you know. So yeah, it was a little confusing. But I finally figured it out. No big deal. And it's fine. But yeah, that's the only downside. Good points, everything. The quality of the foam, it looks like a plastic airplane. It's not detectable anywhere on here that we're dealing with a foam airplane. You can't see the foam cell anywhere. The paint's covering everything. Smooth. Perfectly smooth. It looks like plastic. The whole airplane just looks like plastic. There's no bare foam. Everything you see white is actually a sticker. The entire plane, everything is painted red. And then they put, any place you see white on here is a sticker. So the wheel pants might be molded in red plastic, and the landing gear wings, skirts, but It's all red paint or plastic. There's nothing, no bare foam, nothing anywhere. So it looks fantastic. It flies fantastic. It's a knife edge fiend. I mean, it's just, I rolled it on its side and I just gave it a tiny bit of rudder. I didn't even have to correct the rudder with aileron. It just stayed on its side, flew across the sky on a knife edge. Again, I did it twice up high. I was being very gentle with it because, like I said, the battery wasn't strapped in good enough that I was comfortable doing any kind of negative G maneuver. So I was a little conservative on the maiden. But yeah, I was very, very happy with this airplane. It's just, bang for the buck. There's nothing on the market for $279 as nice as this. Just an amazing airplane. If you guys wanted a biplane, this is the one you want. It's made me redo my entire back of the car now because it's too big to get in the car the way I had things lined up. So I have to change the whole way I pack the car now to get this plane in there. Which is not a big deal. It's just, now I got to learn it all over again. I had this beautiful setup where I put a plane in the bottom, usually a jet, put a shelf over top of it, which gets the flat part even with the sill, the window sill. So now the wings can go all the way out and get a 1700 wing in the from window to window on the shelf, and put planes around it. And this won't fit on the shelf at that height, so I can't do that anymore. So now I'm putting the jet in the bottom. I'm leaving the shelf out. I put the jet in the bottom, and I have to put it in caddy corner now, so I can put a foam block that this can straddle. The landing gear straddles the foam block, and it sits on its belly on the foam block. And then I put that in there next to the jet diagonal, and then that gives me room to put one more plane on the bottom. So I can get 3 planes on the bottom. There's a rack in front of that. I can put 2 planes in the rack and 1 in the front seat, and then anything little, small stuff. Quadcopters, I usually have 2 or 3 of those, sometimes 4. I could, anything comes apart, like the glider will easily fit in, between stuff. So because the wings come off of it, so I'll be able to pack the glider. So that'll put 7 planes in the car without any problem. I have a second glider that comes apart as well, so that'd be 8 if I wanted to put both gliders in the car. So yeah, it's just a whole new way to pack the car though. So I gotta figure it out. Dave, thank you so much, buddy. You are just the coolest guy ever. I love you. I was going to surprise you, dude. I had looked up a package flight to your place, stay in a hotel, rent a car, for 4 days, and come up and fly with you over a weekend. And it was cheap. It was only like $374 was the best price I got. That included my hotel room, the flight up and back, and a car rental. So I was going to come up and fly with you, and I already looked it up. I spent, a few days figuring out how I could come fly with you. And I almost pulled the trigger on it. I was very close. I could have drove up, but that would have taken a lot longer. And then I didn't know you were going to Jet Jam, because then I would have been great because I would have seen you there. And then at the last minute, my buddy drops the move on me. So here's what happened. So this guy is a friend of mine. I've known him we've known each other for 30 years. He's ex-military. He was stationed when he contacted me, he was stationed in Oklahoma. And he contacted me like in, I think it was 95. I think it was 95. And he says, hey, I'm moving to Florida. He contacted me through the Impala SS Club. I'm the president of the 94 through 96 Chevy Impella SS Club. There's several clubs down here, but I started my own. And so he found me on the internet and he contacted me. He said he was coming down. I said, "Great, come on down." So he did, and we've been super friends. And he's an orthopedic surgeon, so he's had to hook me up a couple times when I dislocated both shoulders and broke my ankle in the car crash. And yeah, I know. I already told Ryan that when it goes on sale, I'm going to buy it. He said it's not going to go on sale. Okay. But I want it. So, it's a good looking jet. I really like it. It's a good size. So yeah, I'm kind of excited about getting it. We'll see. If I ever get my YouTube money that you guys graciously send me, I can start making some plans to do some of that stuff. But right now, they're not releasing my money, and I don't know why. We're still working that one out. I got an email from them that I didn't have enough money in the account yet, but last week's super chat should have been enough. And I haven't gotten an email with them since. So I guess they're just slow. Maybe because of the virus. Maybe there aren't enough people working. I don't know. We'll see. I'm a patient guy. I can wait. Not worried. But yeah, I still haven't gotten a dime of super chat money or any of that yet. So anyway, see, he contacts me at the last minute. He sold his house. A big, beautiful house. Over $1 million. And it was paid off. So he pocketed the money he got. It was paid off because he had to move back up to Pennsylvania. Well, that actually... Is he in Pennsylvania? Yeah, I think he is. He had his own practice down here, and due to some misfortune, people he hired, stuff like that, he had to close the business. He worked down here for 25 years, and he had 5 partners. He bought all 5 partners out. He was the sole owner of it, and then it just, things didn't work out, and he had to close it. So he was out of work. He wanted to keep working. He's only 60. I think he's 67. And he wants to keep working. So he took a couple of different... He was out of work for over a year. He took a couple of different jobs. And, when you're a doctor, the hospital you're going to has to give you privileges. They have to say, yes, you can perform operations in our hospital. You've you've had a good reputation of being a good doctor, a good surgeon. You're not going to tarnish our hospital. Yes, you can work here. And there was somebody at one of the hospitals he was working at pissed off at him for some reason. She was bad-mouthing him. And he got an attorney and went after her. But in the meantime, he finally got privileges at the hospital in Pennsylvania, so he had to move back up there, which he didn't want to go. But he wanted to keep working, so he did go. So he sold his house. We had to move all the stuff out of the house that the movers couldn't take, like acetylene torch bottles they won't take. He has a 58 Chevy Impala. I already have his 96 Impala. That's here. And I had to go get his 58 and bring it here. So I had to do that Sunday. And AAA had already brought me he's got a Subaru, shit, I don't know, whatever the hell it is. 4-wheel drive, they're all 4-wheel drives. Subaru, it wouldn't start. So AAA brought it to me. I fixed it for him. I had to bring that to him and pick up the Impala. So I loaded up the Subaru on my trailer and I took it back to his house. Oh, Michael, thank you so much, man. You're the best. Thank you, man. Okay, you can keep the plane. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, so I delivered the Subaru. I picked up the Impala. Coming back with the Impala, somebody stopped me. They tried to buy it from me on the way back, and Howard was coming with me. So we pulled over, and Howard talked to him. I said, he owns it. Talk to him. And they were trying to make a deal, and it was really funny. And then when we got back to my house, he had brought his big chainsaw with him, and we cut down that last tree. So the big tree's down. Didn't hit the house. We got it off, kept it off the house. It went down good. Everything's good. Now, Saturday I had been flying out at the flying field, and a tree fell on my fence out front, and it was actually in the road, just barely, but it was in the road. It fell over well, the whole tree didn't come down, but a big branch, the whole top of the tree broke off and fell, hit my fence, crushed my fence, and most of it was laying outside the fence, and it was almost in the road. Part of it was just touching the road. So when I got home Saturday night, I had to go out there and cut the whole tree up and throw it back over the fence so it wasn't in the road. And then Sunday morning, I loaded up his car and took it to him and brought the old car back, and then we cut the big tree down. So it was a busy weekend for me. I had a lot to do, but I would have rather been at Jet Jam. I've been planning that for a year, and because of my job and this virus, I lost my job because of the virus. I haven't gotten it back yet. I don't know if I'm going to get it back. I don't know if I want to get it back. Honestly, it was a part-time job for $9 an hour. It's not worth it. If my super chats, like Michael just, you guys can give me more money than that a week than I can make going to work. So taking that job back is just not, I don't know. Obviously, if they offer it back to me, I'll have to take it because they'll notify unemployment that, they offered me my job and I refused it. And then I'll lose my... So if I get an offer to go back, I'll go back. But they haven't called me yet, so we're still unemployed right now. I know, Dave. I know I missed out. And thank you for your videos, buddy, because I really appreciate... Randy! Squirrel! Thank you, buddy. Midget stripper fund. All right, buddy. Come here. I'll pull your finger. Come here. So, thank you, buddy. Yeah, Dave, I know. And I thank you so much for the videos. I was glued to my set. Every time you went live, I was right there watching. I was just... Loved the coverage. It was great. It was... Listen, it wasn't the best you could do, obviously, with what you had to work with, but it was great. No complaints at all. I was very happy with the coverage. It was great to see what was going on. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, George. Yeah, there were George and Dave and Dennis were the three people I wanted to meet in person at Jet Jam. Those were my three big, got to meet these guys. That was some of the main reasons. And Ryan, of course. That's automatic. Were the inspiration, Ryan's coverage last year is what got me so hyped up on Jet Jam that I wanted to go. So I had been planning it all year, and then this damn virus hits, and because I had already had it wrote off in the calendar at work that I was going to be off that weekend. That whole week I was going to be unavailable for work that week, and then this virus hit, and they laid me off, and and I was still going to go. I was ready to go. The car was packed. I had a little more packing to do, but I was getting packed, ready to go. And then Howard says, "Hey, what are you doing this weekend?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm kind of going out of town. Why?" And, "Well, I need you. I sold my house. I need you to come help me." I was like, "Okay, I can't say no. There's no way I could say no." So I had to do it. The one good thing about it was I did get that last tree cut down. He did come help me cut that down. So the two of us tag teamed that. I had it strapped to another tree, and then I strapped my car to it. I had 300 feet of strap on it so that there's no way the tree is going to fall on my car. And, you know, he's working the saw and he gets it cut and then he tells me to try to drive off with it, and I tried and it still wasn't enough. So I kept playing with it until he finally cut it to the point where I could pull away, and I pulled away and pulled the tree over. It fell exactly where we wanted it, nowhere near the house, and so all the trees are down. You know, now it's just a matter of finishing cutting it all up, cleaning it up, and getting it all burnt, and we're ready for the garage. You know, I got to dig the footer yet, but still, but all the trees are down, so I just got to finish cutting them all up and burning them now. I talked to my neighbor yesterday to see if he wanted. Yeah, he had a strap on. Oh, that's funny. Oh, and by the way, what's in the cup? I'm drinking Diet Peach tea again tonight. So that's what's in the cup. So anyway, so it was a productive weekend for me, but I'd have given anything to be at Jet Jam. I really would have. So George, oh my God, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. You know, I appreciate all of you guys are just wonderful. Thank you so much. Midget strippers and strap-ons. Yeah, there we go. Oh my God. So yeah, thank you, George. That's awesome. Yeah, and you know, it's funny. I hadn't seen what you looked like until Dave's video, and you know, you're the. Everybody has surprised me from talking to him in here and then seeing what they look like in person, except you. You actually look just the way I pictured you'd look. So, but like Mike Keller and Randy, and it just not what I had pictured at all. Very just all we have is this, you know. And I've talked to a couple of them on the phone, and then we had a Zoom session one night, which is where I finally knew what Randy looked like, and Mike Keller looks like, and Honey Chuck, I think, maybe Honey Chuck, definitely Fireman, not Farmer Man, but Fireman. So I got to meet all of them in a Zoom chat. So and they just weren't what I was picturing. But George, you look exactly how I figured you'd look. So that was pretty funny. You know, I was like, wow, that's exactly what I figured George would look like. So anyway, yeah, I know I missed out, guys. I feel horrible about it. I really wanted to be up there with you guys. We were gonna have so much fun, and yeah, I bought that tent and everything for it. You know, I was prepared, and but next year, you know, and I hope you guys are gonna come down to the Boozers event. It was, you know, Wes was a little confusing about it. So here's the deal. Just to get the confusion out of the way, because he said at one point that it was the same place they have Florida Jets. No, the same club sponsors both events, but the field that we're going to fly at is not the one that Florida Jets is at. It's the one that E-Jets. You know, it's the field that E-Jets is at, where I lost my Avanti. That's the field that Wes's show is going to be at, not the one that Florida Jets, which is at the Lakeland Airport. That's on the backside of the airport. That's where Florida Jets. But Florida E-Jets is at the Mulberry Field, not the Lakeland field. And he was a little confusing about that because he kept saying Lakeland. It's not Lake, but that club that Jerry is the president of sponsors both events. So, you know, Jerry's involved in both of those events, Florida Jets and E-Jets. But the field for the event that Wes is having is at the E-Jet field in Mulberry, not Florida Jets in Lakeland. Just to clear that up. So, Fall Null, if it's happening, I'm going to try my best to be there. I would love to go up to Fall Null. You know, because that's centrally located for all of us. All of you guys up north should be able to make it to Null. I can obviously come up to Null. I think that would open the door for Jeff's Customs should be able to go there. That's not too far. Jackson RC, Cowlin. Who else is probably? I think Dustin's in that area. So yeah. No, the Boozers are right here with me. Wow, Bill. The Boozers are 45 minutes from my place here in Florida. Not in Texas. They're right here in Florida. You know, it's a hop, skip, and a jump over to their place. You know, I'm about 45 minutes from their house. I'm actually closer to their house than to the flying field I go to. So, if I wanted to fly at... If they were still flying at their little Band of Buzzards field that he started off with, it's closer to go to that field than to the field I do fly at. It's closer for him to go to my field than it is for me, and to the new field he's flying at, the north field up there, Lark. But he goes to that field because it's halfway between him and where his dad lives. See, his dad lives up, I think, in the Villages, and the Lark field is in between the Villages and his place. So, you know, Papa comes down to Lark and Wes goes up, and they can fly together at Lark because it's convenient for both of them. But that's a little farther. That's farther than going to my field to go to Lark. But yeah, the Boozers aren't far from me at all. So I've been trying to get up there to fly with them. I did go up one day. I went to the Buzzard field. Nobody there. So I got some planes out and I flew all by myself for about an hour, maybe two, hoping somebody'd show up. Nobody showed up. So I packed up my stuff and left. And that was the very first week they had gone to Lark, the new field. Now, that week and that I drove up there to fly with them, they had gone north to the Lark's field to fly there. So that was kind of funny. So... Oh, wow. So it's only 2 hours to Null from Dave's house. Wow, that's good to know. It's about an 8-hour drive if I'm not pushing it. I can get there in 6, but but I can get to Dave's house in about 8 hours. So I guess it's going to be 10 to Null. So that's not a problem. It was going to be 14 to 16 for me to go to Jet Jam, and I was prepared to go. I was totally prepared to go. I'm pretty sure, George, that it's an open event. It's not going to be a jet event. It's going to be bring whatever you want to bring event. I'm pretty sure. Because he was even saying that, you know, he didn't like Jet Jam because it was just for jets. So he doesn't like that format, so I seriously doubt that he's going to do that. I bet it's going to be open to anything. That's my understanding of it. They haven't got anything in concrete yet, and it may come down to some rules of the field itself. Like, I'm not sure that they allow turbines there. If you wanted to bring a turbine jet to fly, I don't know if they allow that there. I know they allow it at the Lakeland field, and that might be something Wes is working out with Jerry. Maybe he wants to let you turbine guys come, and if that's the happening, then it's probably going to have to be at the Lakeland field, not the Mulberry field, because that's what they fly at the Lakeland field of jets. I mean, they fly everything there, but Florida Jets is turbine jets. They'll allow electric. This year was the first year they allowed EDFs there. Prior to that, it's always been turbine only. I know, what's his name? Bob Violet was able to do a noontime demo of one of his electric fan jets a couple years ago, but that's the only fan jet that ever flew other than this year. This year they allowed electric fans to run at Florida Jets. Yeah, and I think they did, George, and that's the problem is they were so unclear what exactly was going to happen. And that, like I said, if you want to, like, for instance, if you contact Wes and say, listen, can you move it to the other field so I can come and fly my turbine? He might be able to do that. He might be able to make that happen. Because, like I said, Jerry's club runs both fields. When they put on an event at the Lakeland field, Jerry's club is the one that runs the event. So Jerry has all the connections he needs to either have it at the Mulberry field or the Lakeland field. So if you tell him you want to bring a turbine, he might make that happen. So make sure you let Wes know that, George, that you'd really like to bring your turbine and fly it there, and see if he can make that happen. It was all up in the air. They didn't have anything, for sure nailed down, and he said that several times. So we got several months to make something happen. So, but make sure, George, you let Wes know that you want to bring a turbine, and that'll probably, maybe Farmer Man will bring his turbine, and some of the other guys that have turbines. If that's a go no go point, and Wes is made aware of that, he may just move it over to the Lakeland. I don't know the logistics of it. I just happen to know that Jerry runs both shows, so I know Jerry's the contact to make it happen. So it's well within Wes's scope to get with Jerry and decide, yeah, let's have it at Lakeland because guys want to bring turbines, and make that happen. So, don't hesitate to let Wes know that. I know you have Wes's number, so call him and tell him that. Make sure he knows that ahead of time so that he can be working on that. So, sometime between now and Sunday before his show, the sooner the better, because maybe he can get it nailed down before his show Sunday. But yeah, let him know. So I see EQ, Eric, you're here. Farmer Man's here. Who else is here that I haven't said hi to already? Let's see. We'll get some more scroll. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Who else? Got 37 in the room, so we've got a few people here. 21 likes, guys. Thank you. Appreciate the likes. So, back on the pits just briefly. More likes. The giant canopy. I demonstrated last week how I can put 2 radios in there. I mean, it's massive. The inside of this fuselage it could easily carry 4 6S 5000 packs. Easily carry it. Easily. Both in weight, the motor it would fly. It wouldn't be able to go vertical or anything, but it would get off the ground and fly with 4 battery packs in it for over an hour. Because I flew it on 1 pack for 18 minutes. So if you wanted to go for a long distance flight with this thing and threw 4 battery packs in it, you could fly it for an hour. And there's plenty of room to put them in there. So yeah, it's amazing. It's got a giant tail wheel on it. The ground handling is fantastic. You guys saw me doing some ground handling on it, and it doesn't really do anything too stupid. It did veer right. One of you, I forget who said it, said I overcorrected on the takeoff because it went to the right, thinking it should be torquing left. I didn't give it that input. It just, I don't know if it caught a tuft of grass and it jerked it to the right. You know, maybe that wheel went in some sand, but I started throttling up and it was going straight, and then all of a sudden it made a right jerky move, and I had to give it a little left to correct it. But that's what the first takeoff happened. It wasn't pulling left or right. The plane just goes straight off. You know, it doesn't do anything crazy on the ground. It handles great on the ground. It's really easy to taxi it around. A lot of rudder authority, and the wheel plants really well, so not even in strong winds did I have any trouble turning it around. I know sometimes, depending on the plane, some of the planes I taxi around on the ground in heavy wind, you know, you go left and it just isn't going to make the turns. You have to swing it all the way around, completely around to the right to get it back into the wind so that you can taxi it back. You don't have that problem with this. There's so much rudder authority that it'll go either way, no matter how windy it is. So, Dave! Oh my God. Dave, you're the best, buddy. I love you so much. Oh, God. Throwing down the gauntlet, are you? Oh. Farmer Man, when you going on your tour? Are you coming down here this time? Are we going to get some gator tail or what? Yes. Owen, you're very nice. You're a wonderful guy. I can't wait for you to come down here with me. We're gonna go do some flying. So thank you, man. Appreciate that. You know, you're the best. I was so bummed when you didn't come down last year. I really wanted you. I thought we were gonna go flying, and so. Maybe this year. I hope we can make that happen this year, buddy. I really want you down here. So, yeah, what else? The wheels are great. I know one of you guys had mentioned that the landing gear was a little weak. I haven't experienced anything like that. I haven't even been able to bend it. It just, you know, it seems like it's pretty solid. I know you were explaining that there was a cut in it. They put a groove in it and weakened it. Yeah. Well, that killed everything. Farmer Man, I understand. Yeah, the virus shit just screwed everything up, and it's going to be screwed up for quite a while. So we just got a report here in Florida. Since they opened the state back up, we spiked a 95% increase in cases. 95% spike. So opening the state up too soon for sure. You know, we're going to go right back into the, you know, Tampa is already, the governor or the mayor of Tampa has, starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow night, it's mandatory to have a mask on. Everybody has to have a mask. No matter where you go, no matter what you're doing, everybody has to have a mask on. If you're not, you're going to get a fine. You're going to get a civil penalty. I don't know. It'll be a fine. If you don't have a mask on, if you're out and about in Tampa and you don't have a mask on, you're going to get a fine starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow night, because we spiked 95% since they opened, you know, everything back up. And they didn't even open everything. I mean, the movie theaters are still closed. So yeah, we're not out of the woods at all yet, guys. You know, I knew they were opening this up too soon. Everybody said it. And here's the proof. I don't know how everybody else has stayed. Listen, I don't watch the news. I barely pay attention to any of that. I watch YouTube. I don't give a crap about the news. But I just happened to be folding some laundry with the TV on in the bedroom, and heard him say that it was a 95 spike in cases in Florida, and that the mayor of Tampa has put in effect a mandate that everyone will have to be masked, start tomorrow at 5 o'clock, and if you're not and you're caught, you're going to get a fine. So this stupid virus isn't over, and it's not going to be over for a while. And I think because of this early opening of everything, the chances that null's going to happen are probably slim to none. Because if we're spiking like this, it's probably going to happen everywhere else too. And that'll shut everything back down again, and then null won't happen. So that's just a very uneducated prediction, guys. So Matthew, what's up, buddy? Yeah, wash your hands and take showers. I just got out of the shower. I'm following the directions. Yeah, I agree with everything, but the mask won't help. I think the mask does help. I mean, obviously, it's got to. You know, if it's transmitted through, you know, saliva, you know, the mask's going to definitely help. But yeah, a lot of it's bullshit. My friend Howard that I helped move this past weekend, one of his sons got it. He got it from his girlfriend. And it was like you said, it was, you know, flu-like symptoms, and it was gone in a week. So, you know, the people it's killing were half dead already. You know, I mean, I hate to say that, but, you know, there's a lot of people at these, you know, assisted living homes that, you know, have respiratory problems, probably smoked their entire life. Dave, you know, and they you know, it's just hard to when you're already at a deficit. It's hard to recover from something like this, and it's a total respiratory. You know, it attacks your lungs. So if you can't breathe, you can't live. So that you know, so I think the mask definitely helps, but. You know, right? Yes, I agree. Yeah, and that's where most of it's happening. It's the hospitals, it's the assisted living facilities. That's where the big jumps keep happening. You know, the nurses. They were just talking about this one hospital in Tampa. 2 nurses were taking care of a patient. In that 95% zone area where, you know, the spike happened, and neither one of the nurses had masks on in the room, right over top of him, you know, situating him in his bed and stuff, and, you know, so yeah, it's you know, it's close quarters stuff. You know, it's when you're in close proximity to other people, and somebody comes in there with the virus and it infects one person, and apparently you can be infected and instantly transfer it to somebody else. The second you get it, you can transfer it. So it's not like it has an incubation period where you have to, you know, no, if you get it, you have it instantly and can transmit it instantly. And that's how one person comes in and infects everybody. Because, you know, it goes from person to person instantly. From what I've been told. I don't know. But yeah, we're half dead. Well, you don't have to be. Stop smoking, you idiots. Do you know how many airplanes you can buy instead of, if you stop buying cigarettes? If for no other reason, guys, think about it. What you're wasting in cigarettes, how many airplanes could you buy each year? Just put it, that's the terminology why I never drank, never smoked, never did drugs. It's because I was buying airplanes at 13 years old. I didn't have any extra money. All right? That's how I've equated my entire life in this hobby and in my cars. Is you know, how many car parts can I buy? How many, you know, do I have extra money? No, I don't have extra money for cigarettes, booze, and drugs. I don't. You know, because I want airplanes and I want, you know, racing tires and I want, you know, whatever. And yeah, so, you know, that's the whole reason I've never done any of that crap. So for no other reason, guys, just equate it to how many damn airplanes you can buy if you stop smoking. And then put it in those terms and tell me why you're still smoking. You're just rich? Well, then you need to send me a super chat. All you guys that are smoking and don't care that you could buy more airplanes need to send me money right now. Because you obviously have it to burn, literally. So, that's it. If you're not going to stop smoking, you got to send me money. I'd rather you stop smoking. I don't want your money that bad. I'd rather have you around longer. So stop smoking. Okay, that's my public announcement, my public service announcement. Hey, Jermaine, what's up, buddy? Jermaine, that's such a bad excuse. I'm sorry. The nicotine is out of your system in 3 days after you stop smoking. After that, it's mental. It's just in your head. Your body is no longer craving nicotine after 3 days. Okay? So, it's a poor excuse, and I'm not buying it. Sorry, buddy, I love you to death, but it's just not a good excuse. You know? If you really want to quit, you'll quit. GP's like, what did I just miss? Me hounding these guys for still smoking cigarettes. You know, it's just stupid. You know, it just, you know. Have a glass of wine. That'll calm your nerves, Jermaine. You can buy it from GB. He sells it. So you go out to the field, you have a glass of wine, calms you down. You know, liquid courage. You know, you don't have to smoke. You know, 3 days, nicotine's out of your system. After that, it's all in your head. Just get it out of your head. Stop smoking. Yeah, goddammit, I left my cigarettes at the bar. That's such an old joke, but it's still funny. You quit Diet Cokes and now you can drink better beer. Yeah, Roy, you're exactly right. It's so 80s. You know, today it's just not cool to smoke. It was cool back in the 80s. But now, it's so uncool to smoke. It's such a turnoff for everybody. It really is. My God, a lot of you guys are married. You're not on dating sites and stuff, but, you know, I've been on and off dating sites for the last, I don't know, 5 years now. Every time Deb leaves and comes back. And almost every profile says non-smoker. They want a non-smoker. Nobody wants a smoker. There's a couple, but it's 90% they want a non-smoker. And everybody that's on there that smokes lies about it. Because I went out with 4 different women that all told me they didn't smoke, said in their profile they don't smoke, and every one of them did. So, you know. Oh, I didn't say it was easy, Dave. I didn't say it was easy. But if you really want to do it, it's doable. Listen, my mom smoked her whole life. And the day that the doctor told her she had a spot on her lung, she threw her cigarettes away and never smoked again. Ever. She quit just like that. Okay? So if my mom can do it, you can do it. All right? It's that simple. It's mental. You just have to put it in your head that you're going to quit. You know, and then you will. So, you know, I didn't say it was easy. But it's a lot easier if you really want to. You know, you guys said, "Oh, I quit smoking for, you know, and it was the hardest hour of my life." Yeah. Listen, that, you know, you just got to put your mind to it that you're going to quit, and then you'll quit. See, Joseph's got it. You know, I talked to one girl online in the chat room or in one of the dating sites. She said she quit for the right guy, and I said I sent her. She said she quit, but she started back up, but she said she quit again for the right guy. And I sent her a message. I said, "You're lying. Listen, you have to quit for you, and only you. You're not going to quit for the right guy. No guy is going to believe you're going to quit for him, so the guy's not going to contact you. All right? So if you really want to stop smoking, just stop. Okay? And then you'll get a date." And she's an attractive girl, too. But nobody wants her because she smokes. You know? Yeah, see, there you go, Paul. You know? It's more fun to go fly airplanes than go to the bar. So, yeah. That's why I don't go to bars. Tony Robbins. No, I'm not turning into Tony Robbins. I was merely stating the reason I've never done the drugs, never smoked, never drank, is because financially, I didn't have the money to waste on that crap if I wanted to buy airplanes, and then cars, and and all my life. Listen, this has been going on since 1978. I got my driver's license in 76. By 78, I owned 3 cars and a motorcycle. And now I own 9 cars and 2 motorcycles and 70 airplanes. And everybody says, how can you afford that? Well, it's simple. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, and I don't have any kids. So all you know exactly how much all that costs you. Start adding it up. How much do you spend in cigarettes a month? How much do you spend in beer, alcohol a month? How much do you spend on drugs, if you're doing any, a month? And then add the kids, okay? And then tell me why I can't have 9 cars, 2 motorcycles, and 70 airplanes. There you go. So, I missed something that George says. I gotta scroll back for a second. So GB, the point I was making it when you popped in that you just missed was, I was just telling guys, listen, for no other reason, guys, if you don't want to stop smoking for the health reasons, do it for how many airplanes you can buy if you just stop smoking. Think how much money you're blowing on cigarettes every month. You're literally burning, okay? And turn it into how many airplanes you could buy every month just on your cigarette money alone. That was the point I had made just when you popped in the room and said, what did I miss? So, it feels like you're watching Oprah. only thing the View's talking about is blacks and racial everything. That's all it's on TV now. Everything's racial. Everything. I'm so sick of it. I'm absolutely so sick of it. So anyway, so that was my point. We'll move it on. I'm done talking about cigarettes. Listen, nothing I can say is going to change your guys' minds. You just have to put your mind to it. You're either going to do it or you're not. You know? It's not my lungs you're killing, so whatever. Back to airplanes. That's right, Dave. Back to airplanes. Hookers are essential. Yeah, okay. All right. But that won't kill you. You know, the cigarettes will. And you can afford more hookers if you stop smoking. So there you go. I'm the RC Oprah. Oh my God. Okay, well then, Jermaine, your nicotine addiction is nowhere near enough to calm your nerves. If you're only blowing $60 a month on cigarettes, you're barely smoking. So you might as well just stop. You know, $300 on beer. Well, there you go. So that $300 would buy one of these a month, right here, and I'd have gas money to get it to the flying field every month. Just if I drank as much beer, since I don't drink any, that's a new PITTS every month, and gas money to take it to the flying field and fly it. So there you go. You know. So does the beer mean that much to you? Or would you rather have the PITTS every month, a new one? That's literally how I think, guys. That's what goes through my head. That's why I don't do any of that stuff. Doesn't interest me because it just costs money that I would rather spend on this, or the cars, or the house, the garage, whatever. So, and since I started at such a young age, you know, at 13, you know, right through all the peer pressure when you know, everybody, oh, you try this, you know. No, I got better things to do with my money. Thank you. Drink a beer for Super Chat. I don't have a beer. There's not a beer in the house. There is some wine. Listen, I'll tell you what I have tried. I can't stand the taste of wine. I can't stand the taste of anything, honestly, to be honest. But I did find a wine that I can stomach. And it's just a fruity, it's a tropical fruit wine. It's real cheap. I think I bought 2 bottles for $8. So it's real cheap wine. But it tastes, I'm going to use the word okay very loosely. So I was trying, and failing miserably, to drink like a shot glass, a double shot glass, every night with dinner, because it's supposed to be good for your liver. You know, moderation, it's supposed to help cleanse your body and your liver. And so I was trying to do that. Fail miserably. I can't remember to do it. Plus the fact that I hate the taste of it. So I can't do it. Not on a regular Kool-Aid. That's my favorite, Ryan. I love Kool-Aid. And I drink the sugar-free stuff. So that's my speed. But if you guys are going to do Super Chat, I will go get some wine and drink it. And I'll bring the wine bottle out here to show you what I'm drinking. And I'll pour some in my cup there and drink it for Super Chat money. Because I'm not afraid of it. I don't like it. I can't stand it. I haven't drank it, and I haven't drank it at all this year. You know, that's how good I am at trying to, you know, cleanse my body, is I can't remember to drink the crap. I just don't like it. But I'll go get the bottle and show you what it is, and I'll pour some in my cup, and I'll drink it with my tea, and there you go. You know, but you guys have to super chat me for it. Yeah, see, you know, listen, I was cut from a different cloth, and not saying anything negative. I understand it. Everybody, you know, but I have zero peer pressure. Zero. You know, I don't care what everybody else does. I never have. I like things that I like, and I don't care. Listen, I bought a motorcycle in '79 that nobody liked. All the magazines hated it. Um, I mean, and when I say hate, I mean hate. I mean they. Who's giving me the health advice? Just reading stuff, you know, online and in magazines and you know stuff like that. Um, is a little bit of wine not healthy or what? You know, and I mean it, Garth. I really care. I'm interested. You know, because I am trying to be healthy. I'm eating very healthy, trying to lose more weight. You know, so I'm doing everything I can to be healthy. Yes, I think Roy, the glider was worth the wait. I haven't flown it yet, but I love the look of it. You know, I put it together. It's in my living room right now, 9 feet wingspan across my living room, um, and it looks cool as shit. I can't wait to fly it, and I have a surprise when I fly it. There's going to be a video, and I think you guys are going to really like what I do with it. I'm not going to let you know what it is. I'm just going to do it, and you'll see it in the video. But yeah, I'm really happy with the glider. Um, no, it's a Honda, not a VTX. It's a Honda. And you know the magazines hate it. Everybody hate it. I didn't care. I'm buying it. I love it. I love the look of it. Here's what happened. So it's a funny story. I saw it on one of those "Come Ride with Us," you know, the little jingle they had, "Come ride with us, come ride with us," blah blah Honda commercial, and they're showing all the different dirt bikes and road bikes and everything. And this bike went by, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" It looked really cool, and I didn't know what it was. And so I set my VCR. This is back in '79 to record that station all day. You know, in that window, the time frame I saw it when that commercial ran. I started like 3 hours before, so it would run 3 hours after for a 6 hour window, and hoped that the commercial would play again, and it did. So I was able to freeze frame it so I could see the bike, and I was like, I have got to have that motorcycle. And any other guesses? Back in '79 now, that's when they came out with this bike. It's an 800cc. I'll give you another. I'm going to wait a second, then I'll give you one more hint. Please, let's not talk about finances with beer, please. Okay, Paul, we won't go there. We'll stop going there. Um, so yeah, it's a '79. It came out in '79, first year for it, and it was an 800cc. No, not a CBR 800. No. Music March '76. Trombone. Big years. B45. No. Trail Boss. No. No, it's not a trail bike. It's a road bike. No, it's a Honda. The Intruder was a Suzuki. come on, there were only two 800cc bikes on the road in '79, and it's the same platform on both bikes. Just, one was now Valkyrie was 1300 or 1600. That was a big ass thing. Yeah, no, all right. Here's another hint. It's a V-twin 800. Okay, so it's a V-twin 800cc. Yeah, Shadow's close. It's on the Shadow platform, so it's the same thing as a Shadow, but doesn't look anything like a Shadow. But it's the same platform, same running gear, drive shaft, V-twin, same thing. Just doesn't look anything like a Shadow. Yeah, it had basket, streamers, and a bell. Yep. Handlebars on the. Yep. It had a bell on the handlebars. Yep. That's the way it comes. Yep. You can only drink wine with spaghetti. Yes. What happened to RC plates? Okay, we'll get now. Not a Rebel. Okay, here it is. It's a Honda Pacific Coast. Okay, you guys remember that one? The whole back of the bike opens like a clamshell. Okay, you got room in there for two full face helmets in the back of the bike. Coolest looking motorcycle I ever saw. I still have it. I bought it new in '80. I think I bought it. Yeah, I bought it. It was late '79 or early. I think it was February of '80. I bought it brand new literally off the showroom floor. I still have it. Love that motorcycle. So, nobody liked it. Everybody hated it. Even when I went riding, everybody looked at it like, what the hell is that thing? Right? So, now everybody loves it. I mean, it literally... So, in '83, I was working for Honda. And I was a mechanic for Honda. And... yeah, a lot of people try to compare it to the Hilux, which was a scooter. The only thing that's similar is the clamshell in the back. The Hilux had a clam, but that was a scooter. It had to walk through, where the gas tank would normally be. Nothing. It looks nothing like that. I mean, yeah, the clamshell back is the only similarity. This looks like it looks like a small Goldwing. I mean, it looks exactly. It's everything's covered up, completely fairinged. You can't see the motor. You can't see anything. Everything's covered, completely covered. There's no, visually you can't see anything. It's still. Listen, they put that bike in the movie Back to the Future when they went to the future. Okay, so when they went from what? 1985 to what, 2005 or whatever it was when they jumped ahead, they had two of them on the street in the pearl white that it came in '79. There were two of them out there on the street that had Mr. Fusion, hover conversions on them. Okay, but that's the only thing they did to the bike is they put that stupid Mr. Coffee or Mr. Fusion thing on the back of it. And the rest of the bike was exactly the way it came off the showroom floor in 1979. And they were showing it in 2005 or whatever as a futuristic bike. And it still looks it today. When I'm driving that thing, people stop me all the time and say, wow, what year is this? Is that brand new? Did you just get that? Today. I said, no, it's actually a '79. They can't believe it. It was so futuristic looking in '79 that nobody liked it. Now they love it. So I'm working for Honda at the time in '83, and the warehouse was still full of white ones and red ones. They only made it two colors that year, those 2 years. The '79s were pearl white, the '80s were candy red, and the warehouse was full of them. So they dropped the price down to $4,500. They sold them all in a month, and they were gone. Mid '83, and all the dealerships start crying to Honda. We got people beating our doors down wanting Pacific Coasts, So they went back into production in '84. All right, so they stopped making it in '80. They started making it again for the 84 model in black. And they kept the price low, not $4,500, but I think it was $49.99 or something. They were selling like hotcakes, and now all the magazines love the motorcycle. I mean, love it! And they all admitted that we completely missed the point of this motorcycle and what its platform was used for. Yeah, it's been exactly. It's been god awful ugly for that long. Oh, don't leave yet, Jermaine. Come on, hang on here. You can go have a beer. You know, we don't mind. So they ran it from 84, 5, and 6, and then they quit again. So that there's quite a story behind that motorcycle, but you know, I loved it. Everybody hated it, and I loved it. So my Pontiac 2+2, same thing. You know, it's a strange looking car. It was a NASCAR car. They only made 1,200 of them. I loved it. Most people hate it. I bought it anyway. I don't care. I buy what I like. I don't care what other people like. I'm not a trendy guy. I don't buy clothes. I don't wear my hair. I don't change with trends. I'm who I am, and I like what I like, and that's all there is to it. You know, it just doesn't. You know, I'm not a trend guy. I don't follow the trends. I just do what I want to do. Sure you do, Dave. I know you do. You know, I listen. I love you guys. I don't want to see you die, Dave. That's the only reason. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, man. That's awesome. That really. You guys just don't know. When you guys send me money, it just goes right to my heart. Listen, the reason I'm preaching to you guys is because I love you guys. Honest to God, I love you guys. And my mom died such a miserable death from smoking cigarettes. And she was living with me at the time, and I had to watch it. And it took her 15 years of agony to finally die from cigarette smoking. Okay? And I don't want to see you guys go through that. You know? I would hate to see you guys go through what my mom went through from smoking. So, yeah, Dave, but you don't want to die this way. Trust me. Yeah, Joe, I'm kind of a lone wolf. Yeah, and proud of it. I have absolutely no regrets. I don't hide it. I speak of it wide open. You know, I love God. I love, you know, I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs. Never have, never tried it. I'm very proud of those things. I don't hide it. I don't turn away from it. If it's not agreeable with the people I'm with, oh well, you know. So, what did Spencer say? Good one. What did I miss? Yep, nobody gets out of here alive. But do you want to die peacefully or miserably? Okay. I didn't want to get back on this subject, but you guys are bringing it back up. So let me tell you how my mom died. I'll go through it quickly. So for 15 years, she started with, she had something on her chest, you know, on the x-ray, to being short breath, to needing oxygen at night because she was so short breath, to needing oxygen longer and longer in bigger dosages, to being 24 hours on oxygen, to being on so much oxygen that they couldn't give her enough oxygen. So how would you like to be trying to live and not be able to breathe? Literally, she could not breathe. Okay? She couldn't walk from here to the camera without sitting down because she can't breathe. And then she finally just, you know, she couldn't get out of bed because any movement at all took more breath than she could take in because her lungs quit working. You know, she had no lung capacity, zero. The emphysema and the cancer just took over, and 15 years later of this progression to from barely any symptoms to full blown, couldn't do anything, she died. So it took her 15 years to die this miserable death, and I just don't want to see you guys go through it. I really don't. You know, it's just not the way you want to go. Well, those are healthy addictions, Joe. So you hang on to those. Fishing and RC planes are definitely great addictions. Mine are RC planes and cars, racing cars. Those are my addictions. So, you know, and that's why I don't have money for beer, cigarettes, and drugs. Or hookers. So, but yeah. So, yeah, that was what happened to my mom. I had to watch it. She was living with me at the time. She literally died in my car. Okay? We had a doctor's appointment. Her doctor was out of town. She promised the guy that she would go see his partner. She didn't want to go. She was a nervous wreck. And on the way to his office, she died in my car. When I got to the doctor's office, she was in defib. Nurse came out. They didn't want to do anything for her right there. They called 911, had an ambulance come get her. I could see the hospital. The hospital was right there. I mean, it was probably an eighth of a mile away. And they wouldn't let me drive her over to the ER. We had to wait for the ambulance. So, and she died right there. That was the end of it. So she died in my car, and I had to watch it, and I had to live that 15-year nightmare with her. And you guys don't want to go through that. Honest to God, guys, believe me when I tell you, you don't want to put your family through that. You know, you guys that have kids, you know, you don't want your kids to have to go through that to take care of you. So all right. So let's get off that. Let's get back on RC planes, because I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm getting emotional now, and I'm going to start crying here in a minute. So let's get back on RC planes. So what are you guys? What have you been flying? Who's flying what? What? Anybody got anything new? You know, my three new ones are the QQ, which was used. I got free and refurbished. My PITTS that I've been waiting 2 months for, and my ASW-28 glider that I've been waiting 2 months for. And haven't flown the glider yet. Going to fly it this weekend. It's all put together. It's in my living room. Waiting to take it out. Yeah, Paul, I started riding bikes when I was 6. Yeah. That's another funny story. I told it once on here already. I grew up on a street where there's a lot of racing going on. It was a dead-end street, and they used to drag race right down my street. You know, 12 o'clock at night. It was illegal to park on the street, so nobody parked on the street. And we had drag races right down the street. And I'd be in my bedroom window watching this. And the car that always won, I ended up buying, and I still have it. It was a 67 Camaro that my buddy Denny had when he was 18, 20. I was 10. Six years later, I ran into him in a grocery store, and I said, "Hey, what did you ever do with that Camaro?" And he says, "I still got it. It's for sale. You want it?" And I said, "How much?" He said 6, and I knew he didn't mean 6,000. And $600, I went over and bought it the next day, and I still have it. It's out in the barn. So I have a 67 Camaro RS SS that the motor was built by his dad, who used to work for TRW. It's wicked fast. It needs a paint job. It needs a little body work. Little body work, not much. It's not bad. But it needs paint again. I painted it when I got it. I painted the whole car. I put this beautiful candy apple stripe, double stripe Chevelle stripe down it that started off yellow, like a gold, yellowish gold, to orange, to red, to purple, to blue. The candy apple metal flake changed color as it went across the car. I did it myself. I was probably 19 or 20 when I painted it. And I still have the car. I'm gonna repaint it. It needs a new paint job, but you know, love the car. Always loved the car. Ain't going anywhere. So when I was probably 10, no, I was younger than 10. I was probably 8 at the time. I used to hang out down there. You know, I mean, you want to hang out with the cool guys, right? So I was hanging out down there. And they thought they were pulling a fast one on me. They said, hey, you want to buy a mini bike? And I said, which one? And they said, that one. And it was this little mini bike called the Judge. Set it across the seat. Had suspension on the back wheel, or on the back frame. Not on the front. The forks were solid. The front forks were solid, but the back had 2 springs on it. And I said, how much? He said, $25. The catch was the motor wasn't in it. It was in a box. It was all taken apart, and it was in a box. And I said yes, and I bought it. And I brought it home. And then my dad got home from work and said, Dad, look what I got. We're going to fix it. And he looked at me and said, where'd you get that piece of crap? I said, oh, come on, Dad, you and I can fix it. Come on. We can fix this. And he loved the challenge. You know, he was mad at first, kind of, or he was pretending to be mad, but he really liked the challenge. So we put it back together, and I rode it for years. I mean years. And then I bought a Honda 50, or I should say they bought me a Honda 50. Out at the flying field, they used it as during events. It was the pit bike. They'd run out to the timing scoring guys, or out to the pylons, because we pylon raced on this little Honda 50. And they said they were selling it. So, me being a 14-year-old kid probably at the time. Hey, Dad, I want this for Christmas. Can you buy it for me? No, we're not buying you that. No. That was the big joke, right? So that night, I hear the garage door open, and I come running downstairs, and I said, and I'm yelling at him, oh, you bought me the bike, you bought me the bike. And my dad looks at me and says, we didn't buy you nothing. What are you talking about? I said, I just heard the garage door open. You bought me the Honda. He says, no, we didn't. I said, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. He goes, he says, and he grabs me by the arm, and he yanks me off my feet, drags me out in the garage, and says, look. And I'm looking around, and there's no bike. And just as I turned my head to the front of the garage, the Christmas tree box, because we had a fake Christmas tree, it's a big box, is upside down over the Honda. And I could just see the wheels under the bottom of it. And I said, wait a minute. And he yanks me off my feet and get into the house. I said, what was that? He goes, what was what? So he knew I saw it. So the jig was up. And I knew I had gotten my Honda for Christmas. And that was a big day. I'll never forget that. It was so funny the way my dad did it. But yeah, so that was a big day. So yeah, I've been riding since I was 6 or 8. So I went from the mini bike to the Honda 50 to a Honda 70 to a Honda 400 to the Honda 800, and now I have that, and I have a Yamaha 1000. So I still have 2 motorcycles, and yeah, so that started very young, and I'm still riding, still flying planes, still driving cars, still have 9 cars, so don't have money for cigarettes, booze, or drugs, or hookers. Sorry, Roy. So there's I've told that story before, but there it is again. So what plane do we want to talk about? Hey, somebody said that they heard or read something about a new plane coming out from Motion, and they thought it was a jet. Can anybody elaborate? What do we know? Anybody know anything? What did I miss? TNRC, Bitco did something about a price on something. Let me back up. Let me see if I can figure out what you're talking about. I missed something here. Caught it for $157 on sale. Caught what? Let me back up a little more. The Waco. Okay. So it was on sale for $157. Oh wow, I would have bought it for that price. I want the Waco. That's a good price. $157. I'd have bought it. I'd have jumped on that. What's it normally? What's it right now? It's like 180 something, isn't it? Yeah, I love riding motorcycles too. That's why I've been doing it all these years. I was off of it for a couple of years from the accident when I broke an ankle, but that's not stopping me now. Yeah, it'd be nice to see a Father's Day sale anywhere. Not just Horizon, but anywhere. Yeah, me too, Wild Bill. I was up north, Ohio, in the snow. Rode to work every day on my bike. A little tricky on the ice. But yeah, actually, I was riding my brother's bike then. My brother bought a Suzuki 650. Had that King Queen seat. I forget what model it was. It was a 6-speed. One of the very first 6-speed bikes. It's like an 82, I think. But yeah, I was riding that to work. Horizon raised some prices. Damn, I'm going back to smoking. Oh, that's funny. Oh, so we got a new plane next week, Ryan? All right. I'm not even going to ask. I know you can't talk about it. Yeah, I love the Night Timber. That's a great buy. I want one of those bad. Might just have to order one of those. If there's a sale this week, I'm going to be buying an airplane. Yeah, Ryan, I love your editing. You started off with black and white on the Jeep, and that was so freaking cool. The music you picked, the black and white at the start, that was just awesome, dude. Great great editing. Very, very cool. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's a cool ass, Jeep. It really is. And I love the fact that you started off with that 50s kind of, that old jitterbug kind of music thing, and it's just that old military movie music, and then the black and white was just a great touch. So big thumbs up, buddy. That was cool. Um, yeah, I saw that and I clicked on it. I said I got to watch this. I'm going to see what Ryan's got to say about the Jeep, because I'd already seen Rich talked about it, so I'd already seen some of it. Rich didn't talk about the pole holding the body up like you did. I didn't know that happened, so that was cool. But yeah, that was a good video. Now I got a question. That pile of stuff you're running over, was that wood, like wood bricks, or concrete bricks? Were you running over? Because some of it looked like wood from the end. Could see the wood grain in it, but then the rest of it kind of looked like concrete. So what were you driving over? Yeah, and that's a great price too. I mean, that's only like what, $279 for that thing, right, Ryan? That's a pretty good price for that. That's fair. I like it. I think it's worth that. It's ready to run. I assume it comes with a battery pack, although you did. I don't think you mentioned a battery. Neither did Rich. Does it come with a battery? I know it comes with the radio, but does it come with a battery? Firewood and bricks. Okay. All right. So because I did see some wood grain in there, so I'm not cracking up. Yeah, but you're obviously been playing with this stuff a while, because you knew to back up, turn the wheels, you know. So you were on it, you know. It you know, it was cool. Doesn't come with the drive battery. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah. Um, so it technically isn't really ready to run, because anything else ready to run comes with a battery. But that's all right. It's $279 though, right? Is that the right price? And you can't get it at Horizon; they're not selling it, right? So we got to go where, to Banggood? Yeah, I think I heard you mention that, because you were anticipating. They tried to ship it to you four times. It's the same thing they told me about my PITTS. They told me the reason they couldn't send it to me is because they tried to send your Jeep. They didn't say your Jeep, but they said we tried to send another order 4 times, and it kept coming back. So I know they were talking about your Jeep. So that's what was a big holdup was on my PITTS. Yep. So yeah. So Banggood. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great looking Jeep. I mean, the detail on it and everything, it's really cool. I love those old Willys, military Jeeps. They just look cool as hell. I'm surprised it doesn't have. It didn't have a big white star on it, did it? I'm trying to remember. Does it come with a decal so you can put a white star on it if you want? Or a red cross? Could be a MASH unit Jeep. Could drive Colonel Potter around in it. Oh, it does have a star. Okay. Was it already on it? I don't think I saw it on the hood. I don't remember. It's not sticking in my head that the star was on the hood. Now, maybe it was. I just, I'm thinking, and I don't remember seeing the star, but it might have been there. Yeah, that's true, Air Marshal. Because they're big into XT60. When they're not putting a EC3 on it for Horizon. Oh, that's not. I shouldn't say that. All the airplanes before were coming with Deans on them. All of my FMS planes, except this, came with a Deans plug in it. Every one of my FMS planes. And then Horizon started shipping the adapter to go from Deans to the EC3 in case you had batteries with EC3s. The adapter was in the box. I got a dozen of them to switch it, to convert it from Deans to EC3. So, yeah, so all my FMS planes except this one have Deans connectors in them. I switched out the speed control in my 1700 Mustang because I needed to change. I was putting a pair of 100 amp speed controls in my 262, and I was going to change the plug on it. And I thought, well, shit, why don't I just take that one out and put it in the 262, because I can use the Deans in that, and I'll put an EC5 in. So I just switched out the speed control. I didn't have to solder the plug. So now my 1700 Mustang has a EC5 in it, and that Deans plug is in the 262 now. Yeah, I agree. Adapters suck, but so speaking of which, since this came with an XT60, right? So look what adapter I used to make an EC5 for my batteries. I know you'll recognize that, Dave. You're the one who told me to buy it. So that's my adapter to convert from the XT60 that's in the plane to an EC5. Because that's what all my batteries are. My only complaint with the EC3s, guys, is they lock together and you can't pull them apart. They're so hard to get apart. I love the EC5. I have no complaints with the EC5 connector. But my EC3 connectors snap together so tight, I can't pull them apart. And I end up damaging the airframe. Because when it finally lets go, I'm smacking the foam with my hands, with the wires, with something. And it just tearing shit up. So that's my only gripe with the EC3, is that I can't get the damn things apart. Yes, they put in XT60 for 6S. Yes. I don't think the plane, it doesn't draw any current, Dave, obviously. I mean, 4,500, I flew for 18 minutes, and I wasn't, I was flying it. I was doing all kinds of vertical stuff, full throttling. I mean, and I still went 18 minutes. There's no load on this battery, so yeah, it's the connector can handle that voltage. It's just odd that a 6S battery with an XT60 on it. So, but yeah, that's more. It's more than enough in this airplane. It's not going to overheat the plug. The plugs don't get warm. The battery doesn't even get warm. An 18-minute flight, and the battery wasn't warm at all. So, um, the load wise, it's not a problem. But trying to buy a 6S battery with an XT60 instead of a 90 is probably going to be tough. So that's why I put that adapter in here, and I'll probably just leave it in here. Well, see, that's the only IC3 connector I have is on that well, on the battery. I have one battery with an EC3 IC3, and then that adapter, and that's all I have. And you're right, that I don't have any trouble getting that apart. It's the EC3, so I can't stand because I can't get them apart. I have no idea, Mike. I don't. I mean, if they were worried it was going to come unplugged in the air, you can absolutely rule that out. There's no way that's coming apart. Christ, you could probably crash the battery and try to eject, and it wouldn't even come out of the plane. It stayed plugged in, probably, because I mean, those things are so fucking tight. It's ridiculous. Oh, really, Brian? You're getting your fluorine batteries with XT60s on them? No kidding. The only way I can find them is with Dean's plugs on them. They don't. Yeah, all the batteries. I'm trying to think. Yeah, all the ones I have, I put the EC5 connector on it. Yeah, they all come with Dean's plugs on them. It's the only way I've been able to find them. Oh, no kidding? What the hell were they flying that they had so much amperage going through that connector that it melted? Wow. Yeah, that's not a tight fit. You can plug an EC5 into an XT90, but it ain't a tight fit. I use it for charging that way, but I wouldn't fly it that way. Yeah, same thing, Air Marshal. All the ones I've bought have Deans on them. I haven't found them with anything but Deans on them. Oh, so you guys are buying them on Amazon? I'll have to look there. I usually buy mine on eBay, but I'll take a look at Amazon because, yeah, I'd rather they come with an XT60 on them than the Deans. Personally, you know. Yeah. Now, I had seen an ad once, Brian, but I haven't seen it lately. That one place was selling those fluorine, whatever however you pronounce that, batteries, and you had the choice of connector. But I haven't seen that ad in years. Hey, Hamilton Hanger, I just noticed you're here. Sorry about that. Been doing shout outs all night. I missed you. So, hey, welcome back to the show. It's good to see you. Yeah, 50 cal on the back of the Jeep. A working 50 cal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, you can get Gen Ace batteries at Bitco? Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Ryan. That's good to know. Yeah, I've had good luck with the Gen Ace batteries. I've got a 3300, which is probably the one I'm going to throw in here for a CG test. But yeah, it's I've got one of those I've been flying for God, probably close to 6 years now, and it won't fly the jet anymore, but it'll still fly the Cessna. It doesn't have any oomph left in it for the jet, but it still flies the Cessna just fine. Yeah, let me start a segment on radios. Let's go. Let's talk about radios. Okay, I'll put myself in timeout. I'm in timeout. I'm gonna go get a drink. Alrighty. Ran out of peach. Got blueberry pomegranate tea. So there you go. What'd I miss? Oh yeah, everybody quiet. Kenny's back. Let's see what I missed. Got to back up. Oh, Dave, that's good. No, I wish I was 5'9". Not even close. Yeah, 5'6". Yeah, Jeff in LA is right. 5'6". Yeah, I wish I was 5'9". Eric Fontaine. Are you new here? Have you been here before? Oh, GB wants me to get some wine. Well, I didn't get any super chat money, so I didn't go get the wine. Thank you, 200 driver. It's good to see you. I'm glad you liked the video. Oh, so the MiG-29 comes with an XD-90 in it? Really? Wow, that's interesting. You guys are laughing at something. Let me look at here. What did I miss? On a good day. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not even in heels. Oh, that's funny. If we're talking about car batteries, AC Delco, hey, O'Reilly's sells AC Delco batteries, if you guys didn't know that. And they have them in stock. They have quite a few of them in stock, and they can order you one. If they don't have it, they can order it. So if you guys are looking for a source for AC Delco car batteries, O'Reilly's, they have them. Yeah, I'm 5'6". 5'6.5". I'm shrinking. I was 5'7" quite a few years ago, and I'm shrinking. That's what happens when you get old. Everything starts settling. Yeah, Bill. Wow, Bill, I did the same thing. I used to cut filters open all the time to check them out. And yeah, Fram filters are not what they cracked up to be. You know, there's so little filtering in them. You know, the amount of paper in it that filters and stuff. It's just, you know, I'm surprised they've got such a following that they do because it's really not that good. There's a lot of filters much better. Jerry, you leaving us? All right, man. Have a good night. Oh, that's funny. Who was Dave trying to spoon with? Oh my God. Yeah, Wix filters are good filters. Very good filters. Yeah, GB, your new mountain logo. That's going to look good on a shirt. For sure. I like that. That's going to look really good on a shirt. I came out with a real nice logo for my car club. And I think I'm going to modify it slightly for and make a Hangar 51 shirt. It's a pretty good logo. I designed it myself. Took it to a guy that does silkscreen and print stuff, and he made me a bunch of shirts. Um, oh my God. Oh my God, where'd that come from, Paul? You know, Rat Patrol's still on. Don't you know that, right? I think it's on either Grit TV or what's that other one? Yeah, Rat Patrol's still on. At least here it is. Um, I forget what channel's running that. right, Rightsa. Hey, Rightsa. That's a Rightsa. Yeah, good night, man. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. You're the best. Yeah, we gotta paint Ryan's Jeep tan and then put the 50 cal in the back. We can have a rapid troll. Wow. You crashed your A4, but the only damage was a broken control horn? No kidding? How did you do that? Wow. And what was the control horn on? Rudder, aileron, elevator? Oh yeah, Petticoat Junction. Man, I love that show, but you know what? I hate to admit this, but I loved it more for the train than the girls. I love that fucking train. I wasn't that girl crazy when that show was on. I am now. I mean, they're gorgeous girls, but you know, at the time, I loved that show for the train. God, I love that old steam train that they had. I actually bought an O scale. No, it's a G scale. I bought a G scale train. I think it's called the Blue Express. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. But it had that funnel on the Petticoat Junction train, that big funnel on the front. You know, it's the same kind of engine. It looks just like it. It's blue, not the red and black or all black that one. I think it had some red on it. But it's the same it's the same style engine. And I bought that train set just because of that train. You know, it had the same cars. It had one passenger car and one, you know, cargo door, you know, for the cargo. So it was the exact same train, the three-piece train that was on Petticoat Junction. Just it was in blue instead of the colors on Petticoat. But I bought it because it looked like the Petticoat Junction train. So yeah, that was I love that show for the train, and that's still on, by the way, too. I was watching a marathon of that, I think last Sunday. It's like from 11 o'clock on one of the old channels. I've got a bunch of channels here. You probably have them too and don't even know it. ABC, CBS, NBC, they all have, you know, the regular channel and then the -1, -2, -3. Some have -4 and 5. And they're running on, you know, Grit TV and what do they call that other one? I don't know, but they're running all the old stuff. So yeah, I've been watching Petticoat Junction, been watching Rat Patrol, Hogan's Heroes, what else? God, what are some of the other shows that they're playing? Green Acres. Oh God, what else? Paw Patrol? I have no idea what Paw Patrol is. Yeah, I love those shows. You know, Hogan's Heroes was one of my favorite. That show was so funny. I love that show. And then on YouTube you can see where there's a couple of different guys that do a whole where Hogan's Heroes was filmed, how it was filmed. They go through the whole thing. It's pretty cool. Uh-oh. All right, Jeff. Jeff's getting off the bus, guys. I'm not sure which bus he's on because he's got 7 of them there, but he's getting off one of them. All right, George. Hey, buddy, I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. I can't wait to meet you in person. Hopefully you're going to come down to Boozers. You know, that one is a definite. I'll make that no matter what. It don't matter if the virus is out or not, or if I'm working or not. It's too close to home for me to miss it. You know, it's only a little over an hour for me to get there. So I will be at the Boozers event. No matter what, I will be there. Even if we can't fly, we'll just hang out in my giant tent. We can put... If we're all sitting in chairs in there, we could easily put 12 people in the tent. You know, sitting in chairs, hanging out and bullshitting. So I'll be there. Yeah, that's what somebody said, Paul. I don't have one, but that's what somebody said, that it comes with the MiG-29 comes with an XT-90 in it. I forget who said it. It might have been Air Marshal. It was either Dave's RC or Air Marshal, I think, said it. That the MiG-29 comes with the XT-90 in it. Oh, so Fred's here. Hey, Fred, good to see you, man. So yeah, so that's it. Yeah. So the 29 does the MiG does come with a XT-90. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, the EC5 fits too loosely in an XT-90 to fly with it. I don't think I'd fly it that way. I charge it. You know, the Octopus adapter cable I have for my chargers has a XT-90 on it, and I use it with the EC5 to charge them, but I would never fly with them that way. You know, it's plenty good enough to charge a battery at 1C, but I don't think I would do it. Exactly, Dave. We'll pass it around amongst ourselves. We're that kind of private. No, I'm just going to check everybody's temperature before they get in the tent. And if anybody's got a fever, get the fuck out of here. I merely meant that if it's raining at the event and we can't fly, you know, my tent's big enough for us to hang out in. That's all. Oh yeah, I do a lot of custom work. Yeah, yeah. I've weathered a few planes, and I've done stuff like my LX A-10. I converted the landing gear from this cheap plastic crap, this crap that came in it, to the FMS, the good aluminum gear that comes in the FMS A-10. So I did a complete switch over on that, and I'm going to do a video here either tonight or tomorrow morning on how I did it, because John Hill wants to know. So I got to do it for him for sure. And then I did a similar thing. I put the Avanti gear. I have a Dynam 262, and I put the gear out of the Avanti in the 262. That came out really cool. Let's see, what else have I've done all kinds of, I turned my, I bought one of the very first Visionairs before they came out with a night Visionaire, and turned it into a night Visionaire, which is what is on my logo on my channel. If you look at the logo, that's actually a picture of my night Visionaire with the lights on. So that's why it's green at the top, red at the bottom. Those are the, you know, the planes facing to the left. And that's a Visionaire with the lights on. It's externally lit. I didn't make it glow from inside. I have lights mounted all over the outside, shining on it, projecting on it to light it up, and it lights up beautifully. What else have I done? I don't know. Just, you know. Yeah, but I've done a lot of modding. I've been modeling these things for 47 years, so doing custom work is easy. It doesn't even slow me down. I have a lathe and a milling machine behind the camera. So I make a lot of my own parts too. You know, there's stuff that, you know, I either can't get it anymore or ever or whatever, and I'll just make it myself. You know, landing gear parts, you know, whatever I need. You know, whatever I'm in the mood to make. So I do a lot of that. I do a lot of balsa custom stuff too. So yeah, I do a lot of custom work. I'm not a take it out of the box, fly it, and you know, if there's something wrong with it that I can fix, I'm gonna fix it. You know, I'm gonna redesign it. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna make it better. And it's been plenty of that over the years. There's a lot of airplanes that have come out that were not very good, and like the LX A-10, for instance. You know, the plane itself is great. It flies beautiful. Great flyer. A lot of good detail on it. It's a good-looking, you know, A-10. It really is. But the landing gear was freaking horrible. I mean, just absolute garbage. So yeah, I redid the whole thing to accept the FMS gear, unmodified, so that if I broke any landing gear, whatever, it's a bolt-in. Just, you know, take the broken FMS gear out, put another one in. You know, that was a, you know, I try to do that with anything I make, so that it's, you know, if I have to repair it, replace it, whatever, you know, it's easy to do. I'm not, you know, trying to reinvent the wheel. So I try not to modify the part that I'm putting in, because then if I have to replace it, the new one I get, I'll have to modify it as well. I'd rather modify the plane once so that it will accept the aftermarket part, whatever it is, as it comes. That's the smart way to do it. So I'm thinking about, because I have so much room in this cockpit, I'm really thinking about putting in front of the pilot, because the pilot's sitting in the back. I'm thinking about putting an FPV camera in the front with head tracking, because I think this would be a really good plane to do that with. I think that would look really cool. The video, because you'll be looking through the superstructure of the wing, the wing struts in the front, looking straight ahead. And then when you tilt your head to the side and look down, you'll be looking over the lower wing, under the upper wing. It's just going to be a lot in the picture besides the ground. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of things in the visual as I turn my head. So I think this plane's a good candidate for head tracking. So I might do that. I might put the head tracking in this. Thinking about it. Whose hot chick are we passing around like a peace pipe in the tent? Oh God! Now we got. Did one of you guys bring a midget a midget stripper to my tent? Yeah, Thursday night, if we're at Boozer's show, yeah, we're gonna. Well, you'll all be guests, live guests on my show. We'll just go. We'll just keep changing from one to the next. It'll be a good show that way. Oh God, Hamilton, I've had all kinds of issues with Horizon Hobby, but not lately. It was years ago. Lately, they've been pretty good. Yeah, I did get one customer service rep I wasn't very happy with. I don't know who did the hiring, but this one guy was a bit of a jerk. Yep, I go until you guys all leave. I mean, pretty much, Hamilton. There's no set time. I think there was only one night I had to go do something and I cut it off early. But as long as there's people in the room engaging in a conversation, we'll keep going. I don't have an agenda to close the show. One night Dave Marshall was in here. He kept us in here for 11 and a half hours. Him and Mickey from Australia were. What the hell were we talking about that night? I mean, I know we were talking about submarines and I think bars in Australia, the Australian Navy. I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff. Fred Barron. Dude, you are awesome. You are the man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Fred. Thank you. I hope you're coming to Boozer's event. Because I really want to meet you. So I really hope you're coming. I will absolutely be there no matter what. It's too close to me to miss it. So there won't be any excuses. Even a budding moving thing. I mean, because I could have gone to Jet Jam on Saturday, but I would have had to leave really early to be home Sunday morning because it was a 14-hour, 16-hour drive. So I thought about it, because I could have gone Friday. I could have gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but I would have had to leave so early Saturday to be home for Sunday morning. It was just not worth it. But here, literally the field's an hour and a half from me. So there's no way I'm going to miss it. So if you guys are coming to Boozers, I will be there. Absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. Unless I'm in the hospital, I'll be at the event. Ethan RC, look at you jumping into the show here late. What's up? So it looked like you were flying the Viper today. I saw a message with you on a table in a, looked like some kind of pavilion at the flying field with the Viper. Yep, Hamilton. The Boozers are an hour away from me. 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. Yeah, they're real close to me. We're in Florida together. I'm over by the coast, by the Gulf, and he's mid Florida, right in the middle of the state. It's not far at all. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw a picture of you with the Fox glider, right? That was you, right, with the glider? I caught that too. This was really doing well tonight, and all of a sudden it looks like it's getting laggy. I was really keeping track of my delay, and the delay was really not bad at all. Like 10 seconds tonight, but now it looks like it's getting long. I think it's something's going on. So am I froze up, or is just nobody talking? Because it's the chat hasn't moved at all. So I don't know if I'm locked up. Oh, there's some more. Okay, here we go. Lurking, just lurking. That's what she said. Oh, that's funny. I think they call that stalking, don't they? Yeah, it looks like it's back now, all right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good airplane, Ethan. I really like the Radiant XL. You know, it's big, it's pretty. Um, yeah, it's a nice airplane. A buddy of mine had one, and we were flying it a lot. Um, so yeah, it's a good airplane. Yeah, yeah. If you're any good at all at thermal hunting, you know that plane will catch them. You know the wing loading's so light. It's a good ship. Well, Hamiltons, I hope you're not leaving us, but thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, I try to keep it fun, light. We talk about anything. You know, I got on a cigarette tangent a little bit tonight just because I care. You know, I really do love all you guys. You know, my show wouldn't be anything without you guys. And I do this show for you guys. So I don't want to see any of you die. But yeah, we'll talk about anything on here. Even submarines for Squid Boy. The glorified button pusher. Is he still in here? Sorry, Dave. Eric made me say that. Uh-oh. Wild Bill's going to test his eyelids, see if they're light tight. All right, Bill. It's good to see you, man. You'll probably be back in the show in a couple hours because we'll probably still be here. You'll wake up to pee and you'll come back in. Oh, good. All right, Hamilton. Good. I'm glad you're staying. Not long at all, 200. I only have to remove like 2 stumps. All the rest of the trees I cut down. Oh, it's true. I pushed the hell out of them buttons. So you're still here, Marshall. Are you working on airplanes right now? By any chance? Is that what you're doing while you're lurking in the background there? You're kind of working on planes. So yeah, 200. Yeah, the stumps that I have to actually remove for the footer of the building. There's only two. The other 12 were not in the way stump wise. I just didn't want the trees falling on the building. I didn't want to have to try to remove the trees for access after the building was up at the threat that they might fall on the building. So that was all just, I wanted to get rid of them so they weren't a problem. I wanted to get them out of the way, away from the building, so that I need access to get around behind the building. So there were 5 trees in the back I had to remove so that I could drive a car behind the building. And then there were 3 trees that were right next to the building. And I mean, like, literally right up against it. The stump won't be a problem. It's not going to be in the way to put the building up. I'll cut the stump down anyway so I can mow by it, but I don't have to remove that stump. It's not going to be in the way. I just didn't want to try to remove that tree with the building right next to it and have it accidentally fall on the building. So that's why all this prep work to get all these trees cut down was just to get them out of the way. I wanted everything that was in the way of the building and anything that was close to the building that could have been a problem later down the road. I didn't want to have to deal with, so I cut everything around so there's nothing even close to the building. There's only one tree that if it fell down could even reach the building. It's pretty far from the building. I think it's a pine tree. I think. No, it's not a pine tree, but it's like a pole. I mean, it's straight up. It's not a pine tree though, because there's no pine cones growing on it. So that's the only tree that's left that could even reach the garage, and it's not going to be a factor. I really don't see that tree being a problem. But I may cut it down before the building goes up. Just it needs to come down. It's kind of in the way of my drive-in. I mean, you can drive in and out fine, no problem. But you do on the way out, you have to kind of make a wider to get lined up to go out because of that tree. If that tree wasn't there, you wouldn't have to make such a wide approach to get out. So it's slightly in the way, but not a big deal. But I might cut it down. It's not super big around, but it's tall. But I can strap it to my car and drag it off one way and cut it down and make sure it doesn't hit the building. So it's not a real problem, but we'll see. But all the rest of the trees are down, so we're good. And like I said, I'm only going to have, I think, 2 stumps to remove. Damn it. So your Viper, Dave, came and everything was backwards in it and screwed up? And it came with a 636 receiver already in it. And it wasn't right? Wow. Hey, Nick, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Okay, I get you now. So maybe you need to be on the design team over there at Horizon and tell these fools, you can't put the receiver there. What's wrong with you? Put it over here and the other way around so it's not in the way. What flying today? Just wings pushers. So what planes would that have been, Nick? You can't find your multi-tool. I didn't take it. I swear to God I didn't, Ethan. I swear to God. I think Dave has it. Check Dave. I bet Dave has it. Yeah, if I'd have gone to Jet Jam, I was going to have to take the wings off all my stuff. I never take the wings off. But to go there to get them in the car, everything that I wanted to take, I was going to have to take almost all the wings off. Because I wanted to bring at least six jets, maybe seven. And there's no way I could get six jets in the car with the wings on. So yeah, I was definitely going to be taking planes apart. I don't believe the A-10 has Fowler flaps. I think it actually. I can't remember if it's the ailerons that split open in the middle and turn into air brakes, like flaps and spoilers at the same time, or if it was the flaps that did that. But they have an air brake system, kind of like the old torpedo plane. What was it, the TBM? I think they called them dive flaps or dive brakes. So I know the A-10 has that, but I don't believe it has Fowler flaps. So on the Mustang, Dave, those wings, the outer panels, they come off really easy. You know, it's not a fight to get them off. They pop right off, pop right back on. Those connections aren't getting loose, worn out. I really like the idea. I was just a little worried that it might not last, you know, with constantly taking them on and off, that it might wear them out. Well, that's good to know, Dave. Well, then I agree with you. You know, it's a good idea. You know, um, does it have a plug? When it snaps on, it just plugs in automatically, or do you have to actually plug the servos in and then snap it on? Matthew, there's all kinds of videos on YouTube about the A-10. I mean, documentary after documentary. Just watch those. They'll show you exactly how it works. They go over everything in these documentaries. The gun, how to take the gun out of the plane, everything. So, yeah, just go on YouTube and watch a shitload of documentaries. I've seen them all. I just can't remember exactly what the flaps did on the real plane off the top of my head. I haven't watched any A-10 recently, but I watch them all the time. I mean, I constantly go back and watch the same. That and the Sky Raider, the A-1 Sky Raider. Oh my God, I've watched that documentary so many times, it's unbelievable. Because I just love the airplane, love watching them talk about it. Well, that's cool then, Dave. Yeah, that's definitely a good design. I like what they did there, for sure. You could pop the wings off, put the gear up, set the plane right on your back seat. Super easy. You know, it would sit in the seat just perfect. You could set it on a pillow, just set it on the seat. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh yeah, Hamilton. No, YouTube's awesome for that. I that's all I do. I mean, I go from documentary to documentary, watching about planes, and then you know, and then you know, Pilot Ryan puts up a video, and I get a notification that he's going to drive his Jeep on a wood pile, so I have to go watch that. And then you know, then RC Informer comes out with a video on a MiG 29, and so I got to go watch that. And yeah, it's just a constant chasing the videos. But yeah, when I'm not watching RC stuff, I'm usually watching documentaries on ships, you know, World War II ships, new ships, submarines, airplanes, tanks, whatever. You know, it don't matter. I love all the stuff that YouTube puts out. It's funny you don't realize how big the A-1 Skyraider was. I mean, I always knew it was a big airplane because, you know, it can carry 12 guys in the back of it. But I was watching an air show somewhere where they had the A-10, the A-1 Skyraider, and a P-51 Mustang flying in formation. And obviously the A-10 was the biggest, but it wasn't dwarfing the A-1 Skyraider. I mean, the Skyraider was holding its own right there with the A-10. And then the Mustang looked puny. You know, I mean, the Mustang was tiny compared to those two planes. So, yeah, the Skyraider is just an awesome airplane. Never mind the skinny little tires. I like the fact that it never flipped on its side. You know, it didn't roll over. It just, you know, it kept its footing and kept going. That's what impressed the shit out of me, is that it doesn't flip over. You know, I figured I'd be picking that thing up constantly. You know, trying to crawl over shit and it'd fall over on its side or roll over on, you know, on its back or whatever. And you know, it didn't roll over once for Ryan. I think it only got stuck once, if it even got stuck at all. Rich got it stuck a couple times when he was driving it out on that construction site. But yeah, it's cool. Roach Coach, welcome to the show. Good to see you, man. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Motion's been really pushing their A-10. You know, their little one, the free wing, 64 millimeter twin A-10 lately. You know, they just, you know, James did a build on it a few weeks ago, and then they did some more stuff with it. And I saw another post today, I think. Are they gonna? I think they're gonna highlight it in tomorrow's noontime show again. I don't know. They're really pushing their free wing A-10. I think the E-Flite one got them a little nervous. Yeah, Dave, that's the one I'd get. If I was going to buy one today, it would be the FMS Arctic Camo A-10. I love that thing. It's beautiful. The Frank Sylvester special. Yeah, I guess he made that plane famous for all the wrong reasons. Yep, Dave. That's the only reason I wasn't. I would never buy the 80 millimeter one. You know, if I have to put two 6S batteries in it every flight, oh my God, you know, that's just way too expensive to run. You know, to think you're going to burn up two batteries per flight, you know, you're going to go through batteries in a hurry. You won't have any batteries to fly anything else. I don't have that, man. I only have 5 jet capable 6S batteries. So that would let me fly that 80 millimeter twice, and then one of the 70 millimeters, and that would I'm down until I can recharge 5 battery packs. So yeah, I'd have to buy a lot more batteries. It's just exponentially more expensive to fly that one because of the cost of the plane is much higher, and then you're going to have to double your battery content to even think about flying it. It just wasn't a doable thing for me. It's beautiful. I love it. You know, I'd love to have it, but just not cheap to keep. Too expensive to fly it. So, what brand packs are those? The carbon ones? Are those the Hobby King Turnigy packs. You know, carbon packs. That's what I think. That's the only battery I've seen in the carbon. Oh, wow. Oh, no kidding. Admiral packs? They have carbon packs at Motion, huh? Wow. That's interesting. Are those the orange batteries? Are those carbon? Did not know that. What B2 do you have, Nick? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, where are the carbon batteries? Well, so far, bang for the buck. I like the fluorine, fluorine, whatever, however you pronounce that. They're super cheap. Well, they were. They went up. So now I don't know. I'm looking into some other stuff. Um, the Roaring Tops, you know, I could pretty much get a Roaring Top battery for what I could pay for the fluorines now. So I'd rather buy the Roaring Tops, and I'd get them at RC Jetworks. You know, Andy at RC Jetworks has the full line of Roaring Top batteries, and that's what I would go with. especially anything. Yeah, Fiftyone. Is that how you say that, Dave? Yeah, so that, because I looked up, I can only get 4,500 batteries and the Fiftyons, and I think they were 70 or $80 a piece now, something like that. And for 92, I could get a 6250 red top. Red top, is that what it's called? Roaring top. I'm sorry. Yeah, roaring top. Yeah, for this, for just a little bit more money, I could get the 6250, 50C, I think it was, roaring top. So yeah, I would much rather have that. So what's up, Cub Crazy? Yep, that's good advice. That's pretty much what we were saying. The 2 6-cell battery is kind of a deal breaker. I just don't want to go through 2 battery packs per flight. So yeah, that's. I was kind of on the fence buying the Yak that I bought, my Yak 130, because it was going to take 2 4-cell packs for one flight, and I wasn't keen on that idea either. So what stickers are we talking about that Roach made? Must have missed that post or something. What are we talking about? That's cool, Cub Crazy. Yeah, take Ethan out and let him fly that P-40. That'll be cool. All right, Crazy. Have a good night. It's good seeing you. So what do they look like? What do these stickers look like, Dave? Or Roach? What, you know? Talk to me. Tell me what they look like. I can't look at a link, so if you send me a link to go look at, I can't open the link. I don't know why. When I'm hosting, I can't click on links and open them. When I'm not hosting and I'm just in the chat, it works fine. But when I'm hosting and try to click on a link you guys send me, it doesn't work. I get the 404, can't find whatever, you know, crash warning. So yeah, I can't, I just tell me what it is. All right, Hamiltons, have a good night, buddy. Glad you were here. Yeah, Dave, send it to me on my phone. I have my phone in my pocket. All right, 200 driver. It's good seeing you, man. You have a good night, too. It's downloading now, Dave. Oh, that is cool. Very nice. Roach Coach, that's beautiful. It almost looks like a button, the way the green's reflecting. Yeah, that's very cool. That's beautiful. Very nice. You see, and that alone was worth going to Jet Jam just to get that sticker. It's textured for your pleasure. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, buddy, that really looks good. That is beautiful. That's a really, really nice. Is it just a sticker or is it like a metal coin? How big is this thing? You know, and is it a sticker you can just put on anything, or is it a sticker on a metal, you know, thin metal coin? It's like a, you know, keepsake kind of thing. Put in your pocket, good luck charm, that kind of thing. everybody wants their bits tickled by just anybody. uh, oh my god. uh, I gotcha. So it's a metal, aluminum foil, thin, and it's and you pull the back off and stick it on something. It's a sticky back. Pull it off and stick it on something. Yeah, but by a good-looking woman. I don't want you tickling my bits, Dave. I love you, buddy, but just not that way. I wouldn't mind Amy tickling my bits if you're offering. Oh, God. Yeah, exactly, Rory. You hit the nail on the head. It's that submarine guy stuff, man, coming back to haunt him. Well, I got a little confused, Dave, because you started talking about tickling my bits, okay? So I couldn't get that picture out of my head. So that confused me on whether it was an actual peel and stick sticker or a foil, a foil gizmo. You know, it had me all flustered. Loser. Oh my god, that's funny. Maybe he'll send me one of you tickle his bits. How about that? There he goes. So he's going to bring them down and hand them out in October, and I don't even have to tickle his bits. So there. I love the green, by the way. That's a great color. Yeah, awesome color. I wouldn't change a thing. That's perfect, just the way you did it. The Tag Bandit? What am I missing? Who's the Tag Bandit? Was somebody running around putting stickers on airplanes? Oh, is that right? How big is this sticker? Is it 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch? How big is it? Oh, so he had two different sizes and he was putting little ones on people's planes. Oh. God, that'd be awesome, man. Send me some. I'll give you my here. I'll type my address on here. You can send them to me. There you go. No, I want the green. I love that green. It's like the Havoc, buddy. That green. I want the green. I might just have to, Roach. I might just have to put the little green one on this airplane right in front of the diamond. You know, where the two white come together and the diamond, right in front of that. I just might have to stick a green Roach Coach heli sticker right in there. Absolutely, Nick. Yeah, I think so too, Dave. You know, it came to me when you sent me the picture. I'm like, man, that would look really cool. You know, either in the middle there or below the diamond, just aft, below the diamond, maybe, or even on top. I don't know. I'd have to check it out. Like nose art. That's what I'm thinking. You know, little nose art on my pits. Well, hopefully, if there's already one on the plane, he won't sticker it again. Thank you, Roach Coach. That's awesome. Can't wait to get them. Yeah, I mean, that is really beautiful. God, what a good looking sticker that is. Since we're talking about decals and stickers and stuff, I'm gonna go get something. I want your opinion on it. So I'll be right back. So I went and got another drink anyway while I was in there, but this is what I went in there for. So this is a car club shirt. I did this artwork 24 years ago. Okay. Let me see what that looks like. Hang on, let me do this. No, you can't see it. Okay. Maybe if I do this. Oh, that sucks. How am I gonna? Maybe. All right. Let me just bring it over to the camera. We'll use the small logo and I'll stick it right in front of the camera. Like this. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Alright, so this is a logo I did for my car club. And what I was thinking is I would take the Gulf Coast SS Club off and have the Florida, the palm tree, and the sand background. Put Hangar 51 in a, the word hangar, half round circle over the top, and 51 half round circle on the bottom, and then have a jet, or maybe a jet and a prop plane streaking out of the area where Tampa would be. You know what I'm saying? To mark where I'm located on the Florida map. On the back of the shirt here, there's a star. Where I am on the map. So coming out of the star would be, a jet. Like flying off in an arc. With a trail behind it, either a jet and maybe a Corsair or something, and it would say Hangar 51 in a, hangar, and then 51 underneath, rolling this way. But that's hard to do. Rolling this way on the bottom and then this way on the top. So what do you think of that? Is that some merch you guys would be interested in if I did that? Oh, really? You did a Jet Ranger of smoke tonight? That sounds cool. Hey Nate, what's up, man? So that's something you'd consider buying, like from Teespring or whatever, Roach Coach? If I went to the trouble of having them make it up? I could have my local guy make them up, but um, what he made me do when I bought these shirts, and I bought them 24 years ago, 26 years ago, I don't know, something like that. He made me buy 250 shirts to do that logo for me, which wasn't a big deal because I was going to buy a lot of them anyway. And I went through probably 150 of them right away, pretty much. But I probably still have 100 shirts left over. And the car club didn't go away, but it backed way off. The cars got older. Some of the guys that weren't diehard car lovers like me didn't keep the car. They sold it. Other guys, life-changing events, they still have their cars, but they don't drive them very much because, gas and insurance. And so the club's kind of defunct right now. I mean, I still in contact with the guys, and when I get the new garage built, we're gonna be hanging out here a bunch. There's gonna be a real reinvestment in the club. The guys are gonna get motivated to come out again, and it's gonna change things a lot. We have a nice place to hang out, so there's that. And then I'll either sell or give away some more shirts. But yeah, I'd send you one, Roach, for sure. I just don't know. I don't know how much. Hey Ryan, how are your sales on your shirts and stuff? Are they good? Are you? I mean, did you have to put an investment into it, and was it worth it? You guys are welcome to hang out in my tent. It's big enough. Come on, Ryan. You didn't quit on me early tonight, did you? I'm sure he's working on a crawler. Victor Shameless. Good to see you, man. Oh yeah, tickling the berries again or whatever. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I hear you, Roy. Oh, you guys. All right, Victor. Don't lower yourself down to their level. Okay. All right, Victor, since you're here, I have a question. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I understand. But would you like to share with us how and where you met your wife? Because I would love to hear that story. Oh, Victor, you got to head to Florida. Disney's about to reopen the 28th. Our fields are open. Come on out. Go to Disney. Field's less than an hour away from Disney. We'll go flying. We can do all that. Absolutely, Victor. Absolutely. Not a problem at all. But you need to take some vacation time and come to Florida. Bring your wife to Disney. You know, like I said, the flying field's less than an hour away from Disney. I need to get laid. Wow. Yeah, my field never closed either. It's privately owned. The owner's super cool. Wow, Nate. Good for you. Wrong room, Nick. I put a video out, guys. It's the Vanti 80mm 5-camera music. If you do a search for that, it'll come up. And if you watch that and freeze it, you know, the Vanti goes vertical and the camera's facing backwards. And if you freeze it at the top of the climb, you can see pretty much the whole field. The 6 runways and the helipad area, the control line area. You can pretty much see everything. So you can get a good visual for what the field looks like, but it doesn't represent how much room there is to fly. There's tons of room that's outside the camera. But at least you can see the mode runways and everything from that video, which is kind of why I did it. So just search for Avanti 80mm 5-camera music, and it'll be a picture of an Avanti silhouette and you'll be able to see there's a camera on top of the canopy. It's the first 10 seconds of the video. Just I climb up, just freeze it, and then you look, and then take a good look at the field. Yeah, that's too bad, Victor. I feel for you guys that had fields closed. I'm betting that at least 2 of the fields locally here are closed. Because they're on county property. You know, like what would they call it? I don't know. But they're county-owned property. They're like parks. Yeah, they're almost like a open park kind of thing. They were probably closed. So yeah, we never closed. You know, the owner of our field don't give a crap about any of that shit. Come out and fly. That's it. Yep, that's my problem too. God bless you, Nate. I love the airplane. Absolutely love that airplane, but I would never buy it at that price tag. But that's just me. You know, but absolutely kudos to you, buddy, for buying it because it's beautiful. I would never pay anywhere near that price for it, but that's just me. So let me think. There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. There's 5 fields closer to my house. 4 of them are AMA fields, which was a problem for me because I didn't have my AMA anymore, but I did get it back to go to Jet Jam. Well, I went to E-Jets first, but I knew I'd have to have it for Jet Jam anyway. So, yeah, so there's 4 AMA fields, 1 non-AMA field closer to me than the field I fly at. But the field I fly at is definitely worth the drive, to drive right by these other ones to go fly at the one I fly at. There's no rules, nobody yelling at you, you know, that you're not following the flight pattern, or you're flying too low, you're flying too fast, you're flying too close to the flight line, you know, whatever else they bitch about. You know, there's none of that. You do whatever you want. There's only 2 rules, and neither one of them have anything to do with flying. You know, you can't park in Bo's spot. He owns the place. He has a parking spot that's his. Nobody parks there. Understandable. It's his place. And you don't drive on the runways. You know, you can't drive your car on the runways. And that's it. After that, there are no rules. You want to drink alcohol? That's fine. You know, they don't care. You know, I should say he don't care. You know, be respectful, obviously. You know, don't be a douche. Rule number 1. But, you know, basically lets you, work it out yourselves. He doesn't come over and get involved. If there's a problem, he's not going to come over and get in the middle of it unless he has to. You guys need to just work it out, whatever the problem is. There are no assigned parking places, so guys that think they are entitled to a parking place are not, and they know that, but they just think that they should be entitled to their spot because they've been there, paid their dues, and for the most part, people respect that. I know I did when I started flying there. I didn't go park in somebody else's spot. I knew that, even though they weren't there yet when I got to the field, somebody was going to park there, that they park there every week, and I'm not going to pull in there just because I got here first. I could, because Bo says there's no parking places, and, first come, first serve, but I'm not going to be that douche. Now, there's plenty of guys that are taking my parking place, which is the other reason I bought the tent. If I'm not there by 5 a.m. Sunday, somebody's going to be in my spot. So I have to be there Saturday night and put my tent up to reserve my spot for Sunday, which is so weird. Yep, you can get hammered, drunk, and fly your planes. People do it all the time, Dave. We got a bunch of people out there that do that. And they usually just crash their airplanes, and then they're done flying and just keep drinking. Yeah, Ronnie, I agree 100%, but I believe Ryan's camera was over $2,000, I believe. Yeah, it's a $3,000 camera. And unless you guys want to super chat the hell out of me so I can buy that camera, that ain't going to happen. Now, my last video was not that great because it was getting late and the sun was behind the clouds. It hadn't gone down yet. I was about 2 hours away from sundown. But there were clouds at that end of the field blocking the sun. So it made it look on camera much darker than it really was. It wasn't dark at all when I was flying, and I could have brightened it up on the video. I could have edited it and brightened it up a little bit. And I may redo it. Yeah, see, Victor, that's the problem when you're at an AMA field. Is there's too much bureaucracy going on, and there's always those guys, there's one or two guys that think they're in charge, they own the place, and they get to enforce the rules when they have no authority whatsoever, but it's not going to shut them up, they're going to bitch anyway. And we just don't have that problem at our field. It's just not a problem. Everybody's very cool. I haven't had really any issues with anybody. There was one guy that was a bit of a smart ass, but he's calmed down now. And other than that, yeah, we really don't have any real issues. Now, Bo has a shooting range on the field as well, but it's limited to only people Bo knows very closely. Bo has to be there, and then they can shoot. Now, this past weekend on Saturday, these two guys came out there with these big guns, loud, big caliber guns, very loud. And my spot is about maybe 200 feet, probably closer to 150, away from the targets. So, off to the side. And I'm not really worried about a ricochet or a misfire kind of thing. Is not my worry. But these guys were loud, and my hearing was, an issue. So so Bo came over, and even he was complaining that these guns were too loud. And I said, yeah, Bo, this isn't cool. Listen, I don't mind them shooting, but if they're going to shoot big caliber stuff like that, they need to bring hearing protection for all of us that don't want to lose their hearing over their big guns. So he went over and said something to him, and the guy yelled over to me, hey, do you want some hearing protection? And I said, yeah. And I had already talked to the guys, because they usually are way in the back. They go shoot way in the back. There's a second area that Bo gave them, a very private area for them to go play. That's away from the flying area. But they only shoot bow and arrow and like 22 stuff over there for whatever reason. And they were shooting this big caliber stuff. And he told me, I asked him, I said, don't you usually shoot in the back? Yeah, but we shoot bow and arrows and 22s. And so when I jokingly said, yeah, I want some hearing protection, he brought me some. And as he was walking over, I said, yeah, this is a little louder than bow and arrow and 22. And he started laughing. And he goes, oh, yeah, that's for sure. So he gave me some earplugs. So I was fine with that after that. But the only time we ever really have any issues is when guys start bitching about someone taking their spot. And I don't like it when they take my spot, but I never say anything about it. Some of the other guys say something about it in my defense for me, and I let them go ahead and, yeah, you can go ahead and tell them that what they're being douchebags because they're taking my spot, because I've been coming here for over 4 years, and they've been here 5 months maybe. And so, yeah, give them hell. But instead of arguing with them, that's why I bought the tent. I'm just going to go out there the day before, set up my tent, spend the night, and not an issue. Now I get my spot. And I have a generator there, so I always offer my generator to anybody who wants to plug in, to charge batteries. I've reneged that offer to the guys that keep taking my spot. I'm not charging anything for them. You guys are on your own. If you can't show me a little respect, then I don't need to show you any respect either. Don't get me wrong, I like the guys very much. They're nice guys, and I enjoy their company, but they're a little lacking in a few etiquettes that. And listen, it's not. I'm not trying to be racist is not the right word at all, but they're New Yorkers. I got nothing against New York people at all. It's not that. I'm just figuring that where they were brought up, it's normal for them to throw their garbage on the ground. They don't pick up after themselves. They park in someone else's spot because they feel they're entitled to it as much as the next guy, and technically they are. So I think it just has to do with where they grew up. Not that they're bad guys. They're not bad guys. I like them, but their friend is the one that's giving them a shit. How come you guys keep taking Kenny's spot? And they just don't seem to get it. They don't. So anyway. So I'm not going to argue with them about it. I've just come out there early, and now I don't offer my generator anymore. So, it's, one hand washes the other. You guys want to save me my spot? I'll let you use my generator. It's that simple. So, wow, Ray, welcome to the show, buddy. Yeah, it's only what is it, 9:30 at your place? Wait a minute, let me think. 3 hours. So 12:30, 11:30, 10:30. So it's 10. Oh, coming up on 10:30 out there, right? So it's still early for you. Correct, Roy. That was exactly the point. They have no consideration for others. You know, it's all about them. And again, I don't think they mean anything by it. They're not arrogant about it. I just think it's the way they were brought up. You know. Yeah, I know. That's why I said that's not the right word. That wasn't the right word at all. I knew that. I just at the moment I was blanking out on what consideration, you know, being inconsiderate. That's what I meant to say. Just couldn't think of the word. So yeah, I knew it wasn't racist. But that's the only thing that came to mind that was similar in that, you know, group of people that are raised a certain way versus, you know, the color of their skin. But anyway, I knew it was the wrong word. John Hill, good morning. You've got your coffee. Listen, I have a surprise for you. If you would like, and I'll let you decide. I can go get my A-10 right now, and I can show you how I put the gear in it live right now in my chat. Because we're not talking about my PITTS, so we can move it off the table. Or I can do a separate video tomorrow morning and put that up. I'll let you decide. It's up to you. I don't think anybody here is going to care if I go get the A-10. You know, we're not talking about this thing, and nobody's asked me to bring anything else out, so I'm perfectly willing to go get the A-10 and show you how I put the gear in it. It'll actually be better if you're here, because then you can ask me questions and I can answer them. Whereas if I just do a video and you have a question, you can't ask me live. So I'll leave it up to you, buddy. It's your call. I'll be happy to do whatever you like. Yeah, that's another way of putting it, Roach Coach. Manners. Yeah, it's just and like I said, they're nice guys. They're really nice guys. And I don't think they mean anything by it. I just don't think they're aware of the etiquette of, you don't come out and throw your wrappers on the ground at somebody's private property. And I've been cleaning this stuff up. I finally said something to Bo. I said, listen, you need to come over and talk to these guys because I've been cleaning up after them, and I want you to tell them that they need to not disrespect your property because they have been, and I've been cleaning it up. Again, I don't think they're doing it deliberate. They don't have attitudes at all. They're not like, yeah, screw it. It's not like that at all. It's just, it just has to be the way they were raised, and they just don't know because that's the way they do it up there. They're just really nice guys. And it just kind of bothers me that they weren't raised the way I was to have, consideration for others. They just obviously don't have that in them. I don't know. I was raised in Cleveland, up north, so it's not a northern thing. It's got to be a New York thing. And I hate to call out New Yorkers because I have New York friends that aren't like that. Of course, there's different parts of New York, but anyway. So anyhow, but that's just kind of the tent. Now I can go out. Sometimes I go out on Friday now, and put it up and stay Friday night and Saturday night, or I may go out Saturday. It seems like the problem's more a Sunday morning thing. There's a lot of people come out Sunday morning. We've been getting a real big turnout on Sunday mornings now. And for some reason, for 4 years, I've had this giant oak tree to myself. And now, and everything else, there's trees all over this part over here, and over here a little bit. And then my tree's way over here by itself. And there's always people parked over here under these trees. and over here in this area, and nobody under my tree. It's mine. I always have it. I'm always alone over there. All of a sudden, last 2 months, there's 12 cars under my tree. Nobody parked over there. Nobody parked over here. It's dead, empty. Everybody's under my tree. I'm like, what the hell's going on? You know, for 4 years I've had this tree by myself, and now all of a sudden everybody wants to be under my tree. So I haven't figured it out. And before I came there, nobody ever parked under that tree. I mean, Bo told me that, you know. I asked him when I got there, because everybody, you know, these spots were all taken under the shade here, and there was plenty of room over there where there was no shade that I could set up. So I said, you know, and the big tree is kind of right in between 2 runways. And I said to Bo, you know, am I allowed to park under that tree over there? He said, sure, you can park anywhere you want. You know, I said, well, how come nobody parks under that tree? He goes, I don't know. Nobody ever has. I mean, it's always open. Okay, I'm going to go over there then. And that's what I've been doing for 4 years. And now all of a sudden, you know, if I'm not there at the crack of dawn, I can't even get under the tree. It's, you know, it's full. So that was the big reason for the tent. I have not tried. I tried. Let me rephrase. I did try the S8R receiver, but it's incompatible for programming. I think it'll work, but I'm going to have to program it on my laptop before I put it in the airplane, because my software, I refuse to update my software in my radio. I'm not going to do it. The old software works 10 times better. I'm not going to upgrade it. So I have to program the receiver first on my laptop, then bind it to the radio and put it in the plane. So I've tried to use it, and it's not compatible. I mean, I can bind to it, but the AS3X was already turned on this particular receiver I got for some reason. I thought it defaulted in the off position, and you had to activate it. But mine came on already in you know, for lack of a better term, the stabilization was on, and it was backwards on rudder and aileron, I think. So I couldn't use it. So yeah, I have to plug it into my laptop and go in and program it manually from the laptop, get it the way I want it, and then bind to it, put it in the plane, and I think it'll work fine. But as of now, no, I only bought one of them because I wanted to see if I was even going to like it, because I'm really not, you know, I only have a gyro in like 2 of my 70 airplanes. I'm not against using them if you need them. I just typically don't need them. You know, if there's a condition, like one of my planes is the what is it? My German 109. It's a BF 109. It's not, and the only difference is the plant it was built in, guys. I know there's a, what is it, the RF 109 or something, and then there's the BF 109. And the only difference is one was built in a plant over there, and the other one's built in a plant over there. You know, so mine's a BF, the B version, but it's a 109. And because of the narrow landing gear, it would try to ground loop a lot. So I put a gyro in it, and the only thing I turned on was the rudder, you know, the rudder stabilization, so that it would be easier to take off and land, and it made all the difference. It fixed it, you know, because it was real touchy. It was so easy to ground loop the plane. And after I put that gyro in it, and like I said, the only thing I'm using the gyro for is the rudder, and that fixed it. And now it's a dreamboat to take off and land. So, you know, that for me is kind of like the only time I need a gyro is for something very specific like that. And so anyway, so yeah, that's where I am with the S8R. I have one, and I haven't tried reprogramming it yet to put it in a plane. But I will. It'll happen. I'm definitely going to try it out. I mean, I've had them in other planes, not my planes. My friends have the radio. They've bought those receivers, and I've set them up for them, and I know they work. Well, when they first came out, John, they were a pain in the ass to. So here's how the things happened at my field. I was the first one to come out with a Taranis radio. Actually, there were two guys that bought them before I got there and sold them immediately because they couldn't figure out how to work them before I ever got there. So they had them, but they never flew them, never used them. Tried to, set up an airplane, couldn't do it, sold the radios. Okay, whatever. So I come out with one, and I know how to work the whole thing and set it up, and I'm showing them how to do it. And so two guys bought the radios, and I helped them set them up and stuff, and they loved them, and they flew them for a couple of years. And then the Horus came out, and the one guy had to have the Horus. He was so in love with that radio, he had to have it. And it didn't interest me in the slightest bit. It was way too expensive. It didn't give a crap that it had a colored screen. It doesn't help me fly the airplane. Who cares? I'm not going to spend almost $600 for a radio just because it has a color screen. Not interested. And they were having all kinds of firmware problems with the radio anyway. So he sold his Taranis Plus to one of the other guys in the club and bought the Horus, and he had to right away. He had to send it back because there was something wrong with it. So he had to send it back, and they sent him another one, and that one was okay. And then he tried to get an S8R receiver, and they spent all day at the field trying to program this thing. They had the laptop on the table and everything. They were using their cell phone for an internet connection, and they spent all day out there trying to set it up, and they couldn't do it. And I just laughed. I said, well, I definitely don't want that receiver or that radio. And that was 4 years ago. Probably 5. And so anyway... but there were other guys that I helped them set up an S8R to run in. One of the guys at the field, one of the guys I was just talking about, we set his up because he's got the new firmware in his radio, so it would talk to the receiver for programming through the radio, because that's what they did to fix it. Originally, it didn't do that, but now it does. So they've got their radios up to date because they're using the Q7 or whatever, the S7, whatever it is. So I set it up for him, and he loves it. But yeah, I'm not crazy about it. I'm not in a hurry to play with it. I don't need it. The stabilization is. I bought the receiver because I was told that if you don't activate the stabilization, it's not on. It's just a regular, X8R receiver. So when I bound it, immediately the stabilization was on, which makes me wonder if this receiver hasn't already been in something. So I'm either going to just turn it off, turn the stabilization off, or I'm going to program it for a particular airplane I'm going to put it in. I haven't decided yet. I've got extra receivers right now. I don't need that particular one, so I'm really not farting with it. Got better things to do. So... Oh, so you have an original Taranis and a Plus. Yeah, both of mine are Plus. I have two also, John. And both of mine are Pluses. One's an SE. One's the standard one, and one's an SE. And the SE is running 2.0 software. This is how old they are. The original one's running 1.8 software or firmware. And the 1.8 is the best. They should have never screwed with it. It was perfect. So when I bought the SE model, I was going to just put the 1.8 in it. I was going to take the 2.0 out and put the 1.8 back in it because it works better. But I decided to leave the 2.0 in it so that I could help my viewers when they had questions about 2.0, that I could better help them with it. And I just haven't gotten around to switching it back to 1.8. And I'm probably gonna now because they're up to 2.3 or some shit. And I don't know that I could be any help to a guy that's got up-to-date firmware running like 2.3 or whatever. And, you know, I don't know that my 2.0 would be of any help. So, as soon as I've been confirmed that I can't help the guys with the new updates, then I'm going to turn it back into 1.8. I'm going to back it up because my 1.8 is perfect. I love it. I love my 2.0 radio, but I'm not crazy about what I have to go through to set it up. It's a lot more work than the 1.8, and I'm not a fan of it. You know, I do it, and you know, I don't have a problem with flying with it or anything like that, but it's just, you know, it's a lot more work to set it up than the original 1.8. So I'm spoiled. What can I say? I had the perfect radio that did everything for itself. It knew what to do. It was super smart, and they dumbed it down to, and I have no idea why. And now it's a pain in the butt to set up. You know, and I say it's not really a pain in the butt, but considering the difference, it is a pain in the butt. But it's really not that hard to set up. Time consuming a little, but not hard. But it was non-existent before, so. Right, William, but I have to turn it off. And because I don't have the up-to-date firmware, my radio won't talk to it to turn it off. But I can plug it into my laptop and turn it off, which is what I'm probably going to end up doing. Because I really don't want the stabilization. So yeah, but that's what I got to do. Because I'm not updating my firmware every week like they want you to. I'm still running it exactly the way I bought it 6 years ago. So I'm running 1.8, and you got to have like 2.2 or 2.3, I think, to be able to program the receiver right from the radio. Prior to that, you couldn't even do that. You had to program it from the laptop. Now you have the option of programming it from the radio as long as your radio is updated. Mine is not. So. Go jump on your wife now? Oh, Victor. Oh my God, I love you to death, buddy. You have a good night. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. You the man. Absolutely, Victor. You the man. Absolutely. Yeah, the one that the other guy bought, he bought an S6R, and the gyro wasn't turned on. So it was just a regular receiver, right? So I thought, well, I'll buy one of them too, because they didn't have any X8Rs. I'll buy an S8R and just not turn the gyro on. So I got it. I took it out of the package and I plugged it into the plane and I bound it to the radio, and the stabilization's already on. I'm like, what the hell? and it's backwards, and I can't change it from my radio. So I'm like, okay, guess we'll have to, disarm it on the laptop. And I just haven't gotten around to doing it. So. Yeah, oh yeah. I've watched all of Painless's stuff. Yeah, I like the guy. He's a good guy. And he knows these radios really well, too. And, he's confirming what I know. Same thing. You got to have the firmware update to be able to program it from the radio. And I'm not going to update my firmware. That's never going to happen. So I'll just go in, I'll plug it into the laptop, and I'll just, take all that bullshit. I'll turn it off, and it'll be fine. It'll just be a regular receiver then. And that's really the only reason I bought it. I just thought since it has the stabilization in it, I'd turn the stabilization on in a generic, so kind of way, and so I could put it in several different airplanes maybe if it's going the right way. Which, of course, most of the time every airplane's different, but But yeah, Painless360 is a great guy. He's very knowledgeable in the radio. He stays up to date with all the new stuff. I do not. I'm a expert on the old stuff, but I have no desire to update my radio. They just ruined the radio. When they went to 2.0, they screwed it all up, and then it's been downhill ever since. The radio just gets harder and harder to work than it was originally. And I have no idea why they changed it. There was nothing wrong with 1.8. It worked perfect. All the verbiage was correct. It automatic. When you plugged in a battery sensor, you didn't have to program anything, set any screens up or nothing. It knew what to do with it. It did it all automatically. You plug the battery and you press the button. You press and hold, and boom! There are all your voltages on every battery, every cell, are all there. The pack voltage is there. Your SSI signal strength is there. It all came up automatically. It's like, great. Now you have to discover the sensor. Then you have to turn the discovery off. And then you have to go build each sensor individually and label it. And then if you want it to speak, then you have to go into the logical switches and program a line of code there. Then you have to go into special function and put another code in there. Which I still have to do those two things, but I didn't have to do all that crap I had it before. I just have to go in on my 1.8 and put in the logical switch and the special function. I'm done. Everything else was already done for me. So that's my problem with them updating it, is they screwed it all up. And if I can't do it from my laptop, I'm going to borrow my buddy's radio and bind it to it, and then I'll turn that crap off from his radio, and then I'll bind it to mine. I am definitely not anti-gyro guy, okay? I think there's a need and a place for everything in this hobby. I think a brand new guy that comes in green, he's never touched a radio before, he has no idea what he's doing. I think the gyro, I think that's a great way to get more stick time for a new flyer. My problem with it is weaning them off of it. You got to, a lot of guys, you got to make them get off it because they just won't. They're just so proud they can fly an airplane, which they're really not. The radio's flying it for them, and all they're doing is kind of telling it where to go. And the plane's flying itself. And, and then they talk to me about wanting to get a jet. I'm just looking at them. Listen, if you can't fly your timber without it being in safe mode, you can't fly a jet, okay? because you need a damn cornfield to turn a jet around that's being flown unsafe, because it won't bank limiting will just keep you from being able to turn the plane soon enough before it's out of range. You know, visually they won't be able to see it; it'll be gone. So. It will auto. What firmware are you running in yours, William? Yeah, Nick, we're familiar with the X7. The X7 is actually a step down from the Taranis Plus. It doesn't do everything the Taranis Plus can do. It's close, good enough for most people. You know, I'm not knocking the radio. It's a good radio. But the same thing I tell the guys out at the flying field. There's things that your radio will not do that mine will. You know, now there might not be things you'll ever use. You know, I'm particularly using them, but you know. But yeah, but for the most part, it does the same stuff. You know, there's just a few things that the X7 won't handle that the Taranis Plus will. You know, that's why it's cheaper. You know, it's only $100 versus 180, so it has limitations. And like I said, it might not be a big deal for whoever's using it. It's definitely a good radio. Your wow, your X7 didn't come with a. It didn't come with the case? Huh, that's interesting. I thought that radio came with the case. It doesn't come with a battery, or a battery charging port, or a battery charger, right? Well, John, that's, you know, and again, nothing wrong with it. If you use the gyro when you need it, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Don't let anybody tell you that, you know, you're not really flying the plane or whatever. If you need the gyro in certain conditions, there's absolutely no reason not to use it. I personally like the technology, you know, but I think it has its place also. You know, you can't get the full experience. You know, if you have the safe turned on, you can't get the full experience of flying the plane like you can with it off. But, you know, if the conditions warrant it, it's too hard to fly without it on, then you turn it on. I mean, you know, it's not, you know, I have nothing against using it. It's just, you know, a buddy of mine, I was teaching him to fly. Of course, he had the safe on. And, you know, right away, you know, the first day, he'd flown the plane like 3 or 4 times. And he was so proud of himself. He thought this was so easy. He's like, oh, man, I'm ready for a jet. Like, no, you're not. He goes, oh, yeah, man, I'm doing great. Really? I said, what about now? And I flipped the safe off. I didn't even have it in stabilization. I turned it off. So it was just a regular receiver. And he started crying like a little girl. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, turn it back on, turn it back on, turn it back on. So I turned it back on. I said, you still think you're ready for a jet? And yeah, so. But he's getting a lot better now. You know, he's come a long way pretty quickly. Oh yeah, okay. So you had the X7S. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it came with a battery charger. Do you have to take the battery out of the radio to charge it, or do they have a port in the case so you can charge right with the battery in it? Can't see the Kenny. I'm over here. I'm in the back. I'm sitting down. I've been standing all night. I decided I need to sit down for a little bit. But I'm here, Tim. I'm right here. Yeah, I'm in the back. You don't need to see me anyway. The show's right in front of you here. You know, this big red beauty is what you want to look at. You don't need to be looking at me. Not when you got this gorgeous thing to look at. You know, you definitely don't need to be looking at me. What plane are you trying to hover, Nick? You know, because different planes, they're definitely going to hover differently. You know. There's so many things about 3D planes that people don't understand. First thing is, most of the 3D planes you see are tail heavy on purpose, which makes it 10 times easier to hover. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, they all have gyros in them. All of them. Don't let anybody ever tell you that their 3D plane doesn't have a gyro in it, because they're lying to you. All 3D planes have gyros in them. Because it would be almost impossible, first off, to fly a tail-heavy airplane without a gyro in it. Okay? But that's how they get it to hover better. You know, because they've got it weighted tail-heavy, so it wants to hang on its tail. It makes it much more stable in a hover. Of course, it sucks flying normal air flight, but, you know, 3D guys are never in normal straight-level flight. They're doing rolling Harriers, they're hovering, they're doing, you know, pop tops and whatever they're doing, you know. So the plane's never in straight level flight. So they don't set it up for that. So thank you, John. You know, that was, I flew it that way on purpose, deliberately. I didn't want to, well, first of all, the battery, I wasn't happy with the battery installed. The straps were just a little too short. I put a 5000 smart battery in the tray, and there was only about a 1/4 inch of the actual strap hooked into the Velcro. You know, it was just a little too short to get a good bite. So I was very nervous that the battery was going to come out of it if I did any negative G stuff. So right off the bat, I took that off the table. We're not doing any inverted flight. We're not doing any outside loops, none of that crap, because I'm afraid the battery's going to come out. And then after that, I decided I'm just going to do a smooth flying, you know, big giant loops, you know, and just keep it in a very aerobatic but smooth aerobatic for the maiden. And that was, and honest to God, that was the maiden. That's why the beginning of the flight, I wasn't doing anything because I was trimming it. It needed some, I think it needed right trim. Was the radio in here? No, the radio's in the house. It needed right trim and up trim. It was diving slightly and rolling to the left. So I had to trim it until I got it to fly straight and level, and then that's when I started doing all the aerobatic stuff, the Cuban 8s and loops and the rolls, and I started really flying it. And then I don't know how many landings I did. You know, probably about 10. So anyway, yeah. So thank you, John. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I purposely flew it that way, and the next video I do, I'm going to get pretty radical with it. I'm going to do a lot of inverted stuff, a lot of negative G stuff. I'm going to really turn it up. But for the maiden, I kept it nice and smooth and gentle. And but yeah, what a great flying airplane! Oh my God, this thing is fabulous. It just is absolutely fabulous. It's fabulous looking. It's fabulous flying. It's very rugged so far from what I can tell. It's just a screaming. For $179, it should be in everybody's hangar. It really should. Even, listen, it's so beautiful just sitting on the table. It doesn't look like foam. Honest to God, there is absolutely no hint looking at this that this is foam. It looks like plastic. The whole plane looks like a plastic model. There's no foam anywhere that looks like foam. There's no foam texture in the paint. It's as smooth as it could possibly be. It's perfect. It looks like a plastic airplane. So you literally could buy this plane, put it together, and hang it from the ceiling, and it would be the most gorgeous piece in your hangar just to look at. You don't even have to fly it. Just hang it up. Let everybody gawk at it because it's gorgeous. There's no bare foam. Everything you see white, everything. Every little thing you see that's in white is a white sticker over red paint. There's no bare foam on this plane, nowhere. It's all painted foam, all of it. And then they put white stickers back over it, which I'm not a big fan of. I would have rather they'd left it bare foam. And I'll tell you why. Because I've only flown it once, and I've already got a couple of the stickers are peeling up. I swear, I take that back. I've flown it more than once. I only was out one day with it. That's not even accurate either. So Friday night, Saturday day. So I've got 3 or 4 flights on it. But the decal, the stickers are already starting to, the edges are peeling up in a couple of places, which is what I hate about stickers. So, you know, for me, I would have rather they had just left it bare foam. Now, there is a black trim line on every, which isn't showing up in the camera. For every place you see white, okay, it's got a tiny black trim line on both sides of the white. You know, anywhere the white touches the red, there's a black pinstripe on everything. Every single piece on here. If there's white touching red, there's a black pinstripe between it. Except the word PITTS. Right here. The word PITTS is just white. There's no black stripe around it. But everything else, the diamonds, the stripes, the sunbursts, everything has a black pinstripe around it. Even on the wheel pants, there's black pinstripe around everything you see. So, but it's just a beautiful airplane. Beautiful looking and beautiful flying. Well, this particular plane, Ronnie, you only need a 4-channel radio. It only has ailerons, elevator, rudder, and throttle. There's nothing else. You know, the other channels are for flaps and landing gear and, you know, turning the gyro on and off. But back 20 years ago, there was no such thing as a gyro. Yeah, so you only needed 4 channels. And that's all this has in it is 4 channels and no gyro. I did not put a gyro in this plane. It doesn't need it. I don't generally like gyros, so I didn't put one in it. It's just a standard 4-channel receiver with telemetry. So I do have my battery voltages and all that stuff coming to the radio, but no. And I think I can move the battery pack slightly. Right now, if I roll it inverted, it takes just a tiny bit of down pressure to get the nose back up. And I think if I move the battery back just a little bit, it'll fly like the QQ, where if I roll it inverted, it'll fly inverted just the same as it flies right side up. I want no touch, just, you know, It'll go straight and level right side up. I should be able to flip it upside down, and it should still go straight and level without any input. So I'm going to try to do that. The wing looks symmetrical, okay? It doesn't look like a flat bottom wing. It looks like a symmetrical wing. So if it's symmetrical, like the QQ, then it should fly inverted just as easily as it flies right side up. And the way you get it to do that is by getting the CG closer to dead on, which means you might, you have to move the weight back a little bit because it tries to dive when it's upside down. So it's, the balance isn't right. So if I back the battery up, I think it'll work. And I think it'll balance, and I'll be able to fly it inverted just as easy as I could fly it right side up. So if this thing starts flying like the QQ, oh my God, it'll be really awesome. So, so that's where I'm going to go with it Saturday. I'm going to try moving the battery placement, retrimming the plane, see if I can get it to fly even better. It flies awesome, but I think I can make it fly even better. So that's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try that. It took me a while to get my QQ straightened out. Man, that thing was such a mess when I got it. I'm not complaining. The guy that gave it to me is not a 3D guy at all. He just likes these airplanes, and he bought 4 of them at the same time because he knew he'd go through them. And this one was broken in quite a few places. The rudder was broke off at the counterweight. I had to glue that back on. All the ailerons were on, all the hinges had pulled out, so I had to re-glue all the hinges back on. And then the ailerons were set up as flaperons. Not that they were working as flaperons, but they had down, they were neutral down, like the flaps were at, quarter flaps. So the plane was trying to climb all the time. So they had programmed in a ton of down elevator to compensate for the down flaps, which was trying to bring the nose up. So the plane's now got drag all over it because you've got the flaps down and the elevator down to compensate for the flaps down, dragging through the air. So the plane's not flying correctly. It should be, everything should be neutral, so it just cuts through the air beautifully. So I had to roll both flaps up, and then it was rolling slightly. So one flap I had to go an extra half turn and get them both up enough to stop it from ballooning so that I could take the down elevator out of it. And now, straight and level, it's right side up, flip it upside down, still straight and level. No input from the radio, just flies inverted, straight across the field. It flies right side up, upside down, straight across the field, no input. It'll, that's when you've got the CG correct. And I want to see if I can I think I can make this do the same thing. Pretty sure I can. So, Nick, what are you going to do with all these gasser motors you got? You going to start buying some gas airplanes? John, I got this right straight from FMS, actually. I've had an account with FMS for a lot of years, and been buying my planes. I don't always buy them from there. I bought most of my FMS planes from Force RC when they were in business. Horizon bought them out, carried the name for about 2 years, and then they finally dumped it completely. But for a while, they had their special, pricing stuff, and they had Force RC, and then I don't know, Warehouse, I don't know, something. They had another one because they bought out Force RC, but Force RC was an FMS dealer, and they discounted the crap out of the stuff. So I bought a lot of airplanes, Rock Hobby planes, FMS direct planes from there, and then when they went, and I had the FMS account first, but when Force RC came on the scene, I stopped buying them directly from FMS and started buying from Force, and then I started buying from Horizon when Horizon bought out Force. I started buying them directly from Horizon Hobby because I buy them on sale, and Horizon was always putting stuff on sale sooner or later, and FMS really never did. Now FMS actually is putting stuff directly, even in buying direct, on sale. Not this plane, of course. It was brand new. They're not going to put it on sale, but they had it. They said they had it in stock, so I ordered it. And then about a month later, I got a message saying, "Listen, we're sorry, we can't ship it. Our shippers won't take anything that's non-essential. They're saving all their space on the aircraft for, essential items only, large items. Apparently, this plane in the box is large, so they couldn't ship it. So a month went by, and then another month went by, and then I finally contacted them and said, "Listen, can we get this to me through another source, another shipper, somebody that would, I don't care. We need to get me the plane. I want my plane." And hey, Colin, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. And they said, so now the new excuse was, okay, the boat just reached the port, and as soon as it's unloaded and we get it back to the warehouse, we'll send it out. Well, wait a minute. When I ordered this 2 months ago, you had it in stock. Why are we waiting for the boat? So I don't know what kind of runaround I got. I'm not very happy about it, but I got some kind of runaround. But they finally shipped it. And then they come to find out it shipped from the warehouse that shipped from was right here in Florida. It's up in the Panhandle. Well, and actually just south of Tallahassee, not quite in the Panhandle. And that used to be Diamond Hobbies. Diamond Hobbies was in business. Apparently, it never stopped being an FMS distributor center, but it went from Diamond Hobbies to something else, and now it's just FMS distribution. Yeah. Now, see, you're looking at it right now at Horizon, because Horizon wasn't even carrying it, and they weren't gonna carry it. And the reason they weren't going to carry it is because it's a direct competition for their E-Flite PITTS. The E-Flite's much smaller, less money, but it's a direct identical airplane, and they're both made by FMS, for you guys that wondered. FMS made that little one for E-Flite. It's identical to this one. So, but if Horizon's shown it now, because they didn't show it before, when Ryan demoed his months ago, Horizon didn't even show it. You couldn't get it from Horizon. So that's why I ordered it straight from. So it's still on back order from Horizon. That's interesting. I mean, if FMS got their shipment directly, and I got mine, Horizon should have got theirs. So I don't understand that. $1,300? What the hell is that? Oh, you're talking about the HST T33, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the turbine version, right? $1,300 for just the plane. Then you got to buy the turbine to put in it. Yeah, I have a few gas planes, and I haven't flown any of them in years. Um, Debating on whether to convert them to electric. I don't know. I haven't decided. They're all balsa. All these planes are balsa planes I have that are gas. I don't have any electric. Well, that's not true. I have some new. All my old planes are gas because we didn't have electric. I have some new balsa planes that are electric. My de Havilland Beaver is one of them. Go look at my channel. You'll see it. 1800 millimeter de Havilland Beaver. It's all balsa. And I've got a few more balsa planes that are electric. Not very many. They're very scarce. Everything I have is foam. Tower, same price, back order. Yeah. See, I don't understand that at all. That's weird. And now, when I go to the FMS site and try to order this plane from them, it says unavailable at this time. Contact your local distributor. Okay. Well, who would that be? Do you have a hobby town near you, John? Check and see if they have it in stock. They just might have one on the shelf. It depends on if they're buying their stuff through Horizon or FMS stuff, or if they're getting their FMS stuff direct. They're supposed to be buying it through Horizon, but I don't know. I don't know the whole deal they have going on there. Everybody thinks Horizon owns FMS. No, Horizon doesn't own FMS. FMS is own. They have their own owner. Horizon cut a deal with FMS that FMS will let Horizon be the sole distributor, importer of the model. So everything that comes everything that comes into the U.S. has to go through Horizon Hobby. I don't believe my plane did. I think it went straight from the shipping dock directly to the FMS distribution warehouse here in Florida. And I got it from there. I don't think it went through Horizon. I don't know for sure. I don't know the whole deal. I don't know the verbiage of the deal. There may be exceptions to the rule. I don't know. I have no idea. But if the local hobby town has it in stock, then I'm betting that FMS is still selling direct to some of the the distribution dealers. I don't know. Yeah, that's Andy's place, Nick. HSD USA. Andy's the owner of that. He's got the planes in stock. It comes with everything but the turbine. So landing gear, all the electronics, the computer system, I guess, that runs the jet. I think all of that comes in the plane, and then you buy the turbine, the actual jet motor, separately. At the beginning, there was a hobby shop in Vegas called Dragon Hobbies. I don't know what the hell deal they had going on, but you could buy a turnkey, ready-to-fly F-16 from HSD. It was an HSD F-16 turbine and all, ready to go, for like $2,600 or $2,400. I think the Viper was 26. I think the F-16 was a little cheaper at 24. So the turbine is already installed in the plane. All the electronics are in the plane. The computer for the turbine, where you just move your throttle stick and it automatically starts the engine. The engine goes into its spin up, It ignites it automatic. It did everything automatically and all that. And Dragon Hobbies is the only place I saw that had these kits ready to go. You know, with the turbine in it already and everything. And since then, I haven't seen that again. Nick, what plane did you put the 2 4-cells in? Do you have one of these turbine T-33s? Oh, you're talking about the giant. What is that? A 105 millimeter fan, or the one? I think they have now a 122 millimeter fan. I think the 12S is probably the 122 millimeter fan. I think that's what it is. Still out of my price range. Nothing I'm looking at. I can't afford that crap. That's just way out there for me. I'll stick to my pretty little PITTS sitting here on the table. And I love this airplane. Okay, so I see where you said it was an EDF, Ronnie. Well, that's cool, Air Marshal, but you don't have a motor laying around to throw in that P-47? I know, I've been doing the same thing out at the flying field. Like I was saying earlier in the show, I've been taking a broken airplane to the field with me and fixing it there. You know, while I'm waiting for batteries to charge, in between flights, I'm relaxing. You know, I'll work on a broken airplane. You know, it's all tiny stuff, nothing major, no crashes. Just, you know, a little hanger rash here that maybe I can fix, or maybe a broken prop, maybe bad servo, you know, stuff like that. And I take what I need to fix it with me to the field, and then I go out there and fix it. So I've been doing that. I've been getting a lot of my planes back to airworthy. You know, a lot. I don't have a lot of planes that aren't airworthy. I had maybe 6. I think I'm down to 2. 2 or 3. My 1450 millimeter T-28 needs a motor. I think I have one to put in it now. I could take the motor out of its sister. I got a brand new one in the box. I could pull the motor out of that one and put it in this one. Or I can just put a different motor in it. But yeah, so that needs a motor. So that's a simple fix. I just got to put a motor in it. My Hyperpipe from Hobby King. A few of the control surfaces, the hinges came unglued. So I just need to take it out to the field with some glue and glue the hinges back in place. That's all that needs. SR22 needs a rudder servo. So I should probably take that to the field and just change out the servo. So yeah, I've got that. That needs fixed. Well, if you're looking on A-Main for anything, go look at Flight Test for it. Because Flight Test and A-Main are partners. I don't know if you guys knew that, but you know, Flight Test made a deal with A-Main, and they're both working together now. So if you don't see it on A-Main, go look at Flight Test. Because, I mean, if they say they're out of it, maybe Flight Test isn't. Because they're working together. So everything that one carries, the other carries. So yeah, so that needs a servo. What else have I got that needs something? Yeah, my big Cessna 150. I just need the fuselage's got a crack in the back. I just need to glue. Been flying it that way for a couple of years. Just been wanting to fix it. I don't think it's going to change how it flies or anything. I just, you know, I keep remembering that that's needs a little glue on it. So I need to fix that. Just glue it. The landing gear in my P-38, the nose wheel. I think a little block of wood fell out. I think it was in there reinforcing where the nose gear bolts in through the foam, and I think it fell out, like it cracked at the screw holes, and then the two pieces fell out, and so the nose gear is not secured correctly. It's very loose in there. So that's another thing. Again, simple fix. Just need to, you know, do a little maintenance, little repair. That's all it needs. Nothing else wrong with the plane. All right. Good night, Roach Coach. Man, it's good having you here. Thank you. Good to see you, man. Yeah, there you go, Dave. So now you owe me. You know, I reminded you need servos. All right, William. You almost fell off the bus. Oh no, the doors are closed. You can't fall off the bus. We're good. If you were still on it when I took the bus to the barn, I'd wake you up. You come off the bus with me. Yeah, a couple of reverse diagrams too. Which ones are you buying, Dave? You buying a certain brand? Let's see. What else needs some minor repair? Oh, my P-47, the 1700. I just need to put the one main gears out of the wing. I guess got to put it back in. I scavenged it to fix the retract in the Mustang. That's all. It's all handled now, so I can put the retract back in the wing. I just haven't done it. So I need to put that back in the wing so I can fly that one. My smaller P-47 needs, I think it needs some retract work too, I think is what's wrong with that one. I think the retracts weren't working right on the mains. I not positive. I don't remember exactly why I took that off the. Thank you, Roach Coach. Appreciate that. How cheap is pretty cheap, Dave? Now, I know you have a deal with Horizon, so that's I'm curious, how cheap are they? Okay, Tim, what the hell kind of question was that? Have you been drinking tonight? Are you and Marshall both drunk? What's going on? If I got shot out of a torpedo tube. Oh, that is fucking hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Well, good. That's the answer I wanted to know. You don't have to tell me a price. You know, if they're cheaper than the Tower Pro, then good for you. Because I'm still buying the Tower Pro. Can you buy reverse Tower Pros? I've never found those. I've only ever found just the one type. I've never found the reverse version of a Tower Pro. So, Tim, that was just a question that's always been on your mind, huh? If you got fired out of a torpedo tube, would it be better to do the Superman pose or the Iron Man pose? Oh, God, that's funny. You know, like Dave said, I think you'd just be a ball of mush by the time you got out of the tube. I don't think you'd make it out the tube in one piece. I think it'd be like guts. Oh my God, that's hilarious. So let me ask you this, Dave: Is Horizon sending you free airplanes now too, like Boozer? Are there the three of you now? Ryan, you, and Boozer all get free airplanes now from Horizon? I got you. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah. So if I either buy the servo reverser plug, or I could buy a servo from Horizon, or reverse, or FMS. Probably buy it from FMS. Just buy a reverse servo from FMS. Yeah, but are you going to? I mean, if you got the same deal Boozer got now, where they're gonna be sending him free airplanes to review, is that the deal you have or no? actually, I think GBLynden now is getting free stuff from Horizon too. I think. So you can, I know he's got the deal where he can we buy planes through your channel? You know, we go to Air Marshal and then go to Horizon, and you get a cut. You get a commission on that. Have you got that deal with them? Oh, okay, I got you. So you're not under Horizon. You're just under Spectrum. You're the Spectrum guy. Gotcha. Okay, all right, that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna. You know, now that Boozer and GB, I think both have a deal with Horizon now to use their link, and they get a kickback. So it's gonna cut into Ryan's sales. I think. I'm not sure who everybody'd go with. Gotcha. So you're under the Spectrum manager, they're under the E-Flight manager. So you can sell anything from Horizon through your link, and you'll get a commission on it. It doesn't have to be just Spectrum. Anything from Horizon, you'll get an affiliate kickback. Your commission. It's stuff that survives crashes. Oh, that's funny. So you get a screaming good deal on an IX-12 also, huh? Yeah, so yeah, that's going to take business away from Ryan. You, Bozer, GB, just to name 3. So there's 4 of you guys now with affiliate links through Horizon Hobby. So, yeah, where's the community going to go? Yeah, you bought it before they gave the affiliate, you bonehead. You couldn't wait. Patience, dude. You ever heard the term, patience is a virtue? It'd have been a big money saver, too. Because you know how much you're getting off on those servos. Just think what that IX-12 would have cost you. I'd offer to buy the IX-12 off you so you could, upgrade to the better one and get that big savings. But I don't want an IX-12. You got it for $500. What's it normally? How much is that IX-12 normally? Oh, crap. You still got your cup of coffee, John? You in here? All right, tell me when you get back so I can talk to you. So as soon as you get back from the Beagles, let me know. Nope, this is a figment of your imagination, GB. You're sleepwalking. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. This is your conscience speaking. Go back to sleep. 650? Is that what the IX-12 goes for? Really? Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. You probably just got out of the shower, right, GB? Yeah, you can buy a 50-inch TV for $400. Yeah. Now, which would you rather watch your Pornhub on? Your IX-12 or your 50-inch TV? I'm 5'6", GB. I'm a short, fat little fuck. Yep, I agree, Dave. You know, but for less than half the money, you could have bought an SE, you know, the Taranis Plus SE version, which is a beautiful radio. Depending if you wanted it camo like mine, or carbon fiber, or at that time they had it in a monster scheme. It was red, blue, and yellow, and then they had this other scheme that was like a ghost. That was silver, black, and red, dark red. Thank you, buddy. Love you too. Still having some wine, are you? I'm drinking a Diet Coke. And then I have I changed from the peach tea to, this is blueberry pomegranate diet tea. You have a wine helmet on. Is it a dual feed or a single feed? What do you got? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Dave, you're probably right. They're probably having trouble getting products, so there's no reason to put it on sale. But I think once their shipments come in, they're going to be overloaded with product, and then there'll probably be some big sales. And I think that's going to be across the board. Everybody will have stuff on sale. No, no liquor. Don't drink, Nick. Never had a drink in my life. This is just plain old. Been buying this stuff at the dollar store. It's this is I got peach, and this is blueberry pomegranate. It's like the ocean spray cranapple or cranberry. Same thing, kind of the same thing. This is brand is I forget, Home Valley, something like that. And then I mix it with Arizona diet caffeine-free diet tea. So I mix the two together on ice, and that's what I drink. A dual feed, there you go. Now you're talking. Yeah, GB, this PITTS is sweet. It is beautiful. I can't even, man, I can't even begin to tell you how beautiful this airplane is. FMS just went way over the top on this one. Yeah, well, if they keep trickling in their product, they might have enough to actually have a Black Friday sale. Because right now it's not looking too good. Yeah, that's fine, Nick. You know, most guys, drink beer. I don't. Never liked the taste of it. Had no desire to acquire a taste for it. Yeah, I would imagine price. Manufacturing costs have probably gone up, especially because uh, you know shipping costs probably went up. Maybe not the actual cost of the product itself, but just getting it to the vendors has probably gone up. So yeah, you know, I got to pass that price on to somebody, us. Yeah, there'd have to be a big price reduction on the SU-30 before I buy one. That plane's way overpriced. When were they doing their stream, Dave? I think I caught it once or twice, but I wasn't a regular of it. That's funny, John. Okay, John, so here's what's up. Listen. You go to Walmart and you get these bags of wooden dowels. They've got quite a different amount of assortments. These particular ones is all they had in stock at the time. So there's round dowels in this bag and square ones. The square ones look like this. Okay, they're... So they're, and they come in different sizes. Here's two different sizes here. They're very similar, but you'll probably be able to see that one's, let me do this. So, I don't know if you can see that or not. One's a little bigger than the other. The top one's slightly bigger. So these assorted bags of hardwood, they're only like $3. It's real cheap for this big bag of wood. Now this bag has square pieces and round pieces in it. The original ones I bought were just all square pieces. But they were out of that one when I went. But they had these that had some square pieces in it, which will work. And what I did was I stacked them in the wheel wells and made sure that when I glued it in, that it was full contact on the bottom. You know, the plane's upside down, so it's actually the top, but you know, because the plane's upside down, the very bottom of the wheel well and all the way to the sidewall, so that it glued to all the, you know, epoxied it to the foam, bare foam. I cut all the paint out of there. Bare foam on the bottom, bare foam on the side, okay? And I would glue one piece in at a time. I went the full distance. If the wheel wasn't going to interfere with the wood, I went the entire way up. I didn't just do the area where the mount was. I did the entire run. And I did that so that I had more traction, more grip, okay? The more foam I'm glued to, the stronger it's going to be. So I glued it to as much foam as I could. And after that one was glued in, I stacked the next one on top of it. Same thing, glued it. And they're not going to be all the same size. I used 2 or 3 different sizes to get the height I needed so that the wheel sat in the wheel well where it's supposed to sit. So, but I did make sure that the one that the gear was going to bolt to was the biggest piece of wood. Okay, so if I had to put a smaller piece, like I'd put the biggest one on the bottom to get better contact, and then a smaller piece in the middle, and then the bigger piece on the top, so that I got maximum gluage, I'll use that word, to the foam, and then the biggest area for the screws to go through to bolt the gear to. And then on the other side where the wheel is in the way, of course I only went up as far as I could go until I hit the wheel. So they're not even. You know, one side goes all the way to the nose, like on the nose gear, and the other side goes like halfway up till it would interfere with the wheel. And then after all that was glued in, Then I would set the gear in place and drill the holes for where the screws are going to go and screw the wood screws in. And then I did the same thing on the mains. And I'm pretty sure on the mains, the inner side that faced the fuselage on both of them, so it'd be on the left on the one side, on the right on the other. Same thing. Full run all the way down, all the way to the bottom, all the way to the side, against the wall, against the bottom, most coverage of the foam. Stack the second one and then the third. And they're not the same size. I didn't use all the same. That might work out. I think it probably would have worked out. I think the reason I didn't do that is I didn't have enough wood to do, all of them of one size. So I had to use filler wood that was slightly smaller, and it worked out. I had room so that the wheel would still retract all it. Because you can make it too high. The stacks are too high, and then the wheels are hanging out of the plane too far. Like the nose gear won't retract all the way in because it's stacked too high. So it's going to be sticking out. So you don't want that. So you want to make sure you get the height right. And you do that by using different size dowels to get the height right. So they're not all the same size, but I put the small one in the middle. The bottom one was the bigger one, then the smaller one in the middle, the bigger one on the top. And then once all that's glued in, you can drill your holes, mount this gear right to the wood, and on the mains I made sure that when the wheel went all the way up, it would still roll, because that was the design. A lot of guys don't know that. The A-10 was designed to land with the gear up. Okay, so the wheels hung out of the bottom of the pods slightly on purpose, and they rolled. So if the plane came in with the gear shot up and hydraulics, and they couldn't get the gear down, didn't matter. They could land on those wheels, the mains, and it would just roll down the runway and do very minimal damage to the bottom of the airplane, because it would just roll on the wheels. Even though they were retracted, they stuck out enough to clear the bottom of the airplane, and they could actually land with the gear up. So that was a design here. They designed it that way on purpose. So that's how I did it, John. I'm still going to get you pictures. I will do I'm going to do a repair, or just a video on how I did it and show you pictures. But I'm explaining it to you how I did it as well. That I just got this cheap wood from Walmart, and that's how I got the I just bought the FMS gear, the stock FMS gear. Came with mounting screws. You don't even have to fish for that. It comes with the screws you need to mount the gear into the wood. They're wood screws. It works so well that I had it wasn't a crash landing. The landing was good. The wind had shifted and I was landing downwind. So I did a runway overrun, which hit the sandy dirt road that the cars come in on. And when it hit that, of course, the plane stopped, but the gear stopped faster than the plane, and it ripped the nose gear out of the nose. But it didn't rip the wood out of the foam. It didn't rip the screws out of the wood. It literally ripped the holes that the screws went through on the landing gear. Okay? So the holes that are in the plate, the landing gear plate that bolts to the plane, it ripped the screw heads right through the holes in the landing gear. So that's how good this thing was when I did this upgrade, how strong it was, that it was stronger than the landing gear itself. It literally tore all 4 screw heads right through the mounting plate. That was amazing. And it did no damage to the foam or the metal or the wood or anything. So, at the field that day, I just unscrewed the screws and put the landing gear back in, screwed it back in, and it was fine. I mean, as long as I didn't put a nice hard hit on it again, it stayed in just fine. But I did replace the gear that tore out. They didn't all tear out. I think it was just the nose gear. So I did replace it. So I had a brand new mount plate. But for the rest of the day, it was fine. I just, took the screws out, re-screwed the plate back in. It was in nice and tight. Everything was fine. Flew the rest of the day. and then I ended up replacing the nose gear. But so the repair came out beautiful. And after I took the matching paint and painted inside the wheel well, all the wood, so that you couldn't see the, the bare wood. It was painted gray to match the plane. You couldn't even see I made that. It disappeared. You can't. I mean, I'll have to get the camera right in there with light on it, so you can see how I stacked wood in there. Because if you just looked at it, it looks you can't see anything. You can't tell that I did anything. You can see the gears mounted to something, but you just assume it's whatever the plane came with. It doesn't look like I added anything. It looks absolutely factory. So it came out super good. All right, GB. Have a good night. No, it doesn't come with free screws. The wood doesn't come with free screws. The gear does. Bonehead. Ding dong. Oh, hey. Hey, by the way, ding dongs are on sale at Publix. Buy one, get one. So if you want some ding dongs, they're on sale. Buy one, get one. Go buy yourself some ding dongs. Well, John, do you have my phone number? You do have my phone number, right? Because I can literally take pictures and send them to you by phone. So you have my description, and then I can send you pictures directly. I'd be happy to do that. And if you have any questions while you're doing it, you can call me, and we can discuss it, and I can send you pictures then too. So, but you're gonna love that airplane after you change this gear out. I can promise you that. Because God, I love mine. I don't even want to fly my FMS one. My LX A-10 flies so much better than my FMS one. It's amazing the difference. It's a much better flyer. If I put the FMS engines in the LX one, so I had the 12 blade fans and everything. Oh my God, that plane would be awesome. I mean, it would absolutely be freaking awesome. But whatever. Oh, Air Marshal. That's what she said. Oh my God. Well, the Twinkies are on sale too. Buy one, get one. So, there you go. Go get yourself some Hostess. Everything in the Hostess line from 2 something to 4 something. On sale. Buy one, get one. So, Twinkies, ding dongs, the little cakes, the coffee cake, all that. All on sale. Well, Dave, I know LX is not the greatest, but they do have. Listen, their stuff flies great. All the LX models I've bought, the flight characteristics are wonderful. So they definitely are. Yeah, go get you some. Amy's waiting. um, so their engineers are definitely looking at the airfoil shit because all the LX stuff I've bought flies fantastic. Um, do they do some stupid shit? Absolutely. The strings that close the doors, that's dumb as shit. Why not just put it on a servo, let the servo open, close the door, or put it on a spring like Freewing does, and let the gear capture it and pull it closed. Now they use these stupid strings. It's really stupid. Um, this plastic crap they use as a landing gear is really stupid. And then the two-wire system where you have to have their controller board just to operate the stuff. Again, stupid. Why reinvent the wheel? Why not just do the norm that everybody else is doing with better product? Because this stuff is not only stupidly designed, but it's crap. This crappy piece of plastic they call a landing gear is ridiculous. So, but, I think the detail's better on my LX A-10 than the FMS. I think it's more accurate. The canopy's taller, which I believe it is on the A-10. I don't think it's, the FMS A-10 looks like a Reno Racer, where they chop the canopy down to be more aerodynamic. I don't think the real one's like that. Just some stuff like that, minor stuff. It would listen. I still tell everybody, if you're going to go buy an A-10 and pay full price for it, buy the FMS one. But if you can get a screaming deal on an LX one, new or used, where you can buy the FMS gear to put in it, then buy the LX one, and then buy the FMS gear and put that in it. Much better airplane. But yeah, I'm not crazy about the foam that LX uses either. It crushes too much. You're constantly having to retighten your control horns because they crush into the foam and then they get loose. Not a fan of that either. So yeah, there's a lot of issues with LX models. No doubt about it. It's definitely a modeler's plane. But, at the right price, it's a good airplane. You pick one up at a garage sale or somebody's got a shitload of stuff they're selling and they have one of those for like $50, $100. Oh yeah, buy it. Because it still would be cheaper than buying a new FMS plane, and this one will fly better. It really will. LX really hasn't discontinued much of their stuff over the years. They just keep making it. Sometimes it's hard to get it. I think they go through cycles just like what we saw on Motion, where they have to get that big aluminum mold, right? And they got to use a crane to get it to the machine and get it all set up. And then they're going to make a run of it, and then they're going to put that mold away. They're not going to get it out for 2 or 3 years. It just depends on the demand. So I think that's what happens with LX to a greater degree, because when they're out of something, they're out of it for a long time, and then finally it'll come back in stock. So I don't think they go through. Well, they have a lot more airplanes too. Um, I mean, nobody makes a YF-23 but them. Um, Nobody makes a folding wing Corsair but them. Nobody makes the folding wing F-18 but them. Um, you know, they have a lot of stuff that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, Eurofighter would be nice to get. Somebody makes that. Doesn't? Wait a minute. I think LX makes a Eurofighter. I think Freewing makes a Eurofighter. Marshall, doesn't Freewing make a Eurofighter? Or they did? Nick, go on Motion RC and check it out. I think Motion makes a Eurofighter. I'm pretty sure they do. I'm almost positive they do, from what I remember. Oh yeah, John, what mods did you do to the A-10? I can tell you a mod I'm about to do to mine. I'm going to add more magnets to the canopy area, because my canopy, you know, if I hit the right bump on my runway, it jars hard enough to knock the canopy off. You know, because it's ejectable. You know, that's how they get rid of the. You know, you can eject the pilot out of the plane by, you know, the whole cockpit area comes out. It's tied to the pilot's foot, and obviously the pilot's tied to the chute. So the chute opens, pilot's floating down on the chute, and the canopy area, the whole cockpit, is hanging off the pilot's foot, and that's how it comes down. So I've ejected mine several times, just screwing around. The guys like to see it. It's amazing how grown adults want to chase a parachute, but they do. You say they're all discontinued, Nick? Are you talking about all the LX models, period, are discontinued? I find that hard to believe. Banana Hobbies still shows a lot of them. General Hobbies is still selling them. I just bought the P40 in November. You know, the giant 2,000 millimeter P40. I just bought that, put it together. one thing Alex doesn't seem to want to do is make parts. You know, they want to make kits. So everything that comes off the assembly line as they're making stuff goes into a kit. They don't want to support, you know, parts. Because my self-opening canopy, you know, the plane, you can either eject the canopy, pilot and all, or you can open the canopy. And my opening mechanism never worked. And I keep trying to buy it, and it's always out of stock. You know, so they still don't have the damn thing. Which is irritating for sure. Alright, so I'm looking right now. At Banana Hobbies. So what does it say here? It says add to cart, 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 add to cart. Alert me. That's like one of the Corsairs. Add to cart, alert me. That's one of the P40s. Add to cart, the big B25 that Wesley and Papa just got. Add to cart, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. Wow. Nothing says discontinue, guys. It either says pre-order or add to cart. Oh, or alert me. I only saw a couple of those. So yeah, everything is available. All these different versions. You know, they have 3 different size Corsairs. Let's go next. T-34. Two color versions. Corsair, two color versions. Hurricane. Okay, well they're not listing near as many planes on Banana Hobbies as they used to. So yeah, maybe they have discontinued a lot of them. There's a whole lot of missing airplanes out there for sure, a whole lot. Did you look up the Mirage, Dave? Do they still make it? Is it still available through Motion? Oh. All right, guys, I'm running out of steam. We're gonna have to call this. I'm gonna do one thing though. I'm curious. They're sure proud of that off spray they make. Jesus, what a piece of crap. Well, I take it back. I guess it flies okay. I don't like the tiny little propellers on it. I think that looks stupid. You know, we all know it has those giant freaking fans on it. You know, those giant propellers, and they're not using them on this model. They're tiny little things. I'm not a fan of that. I think that looks stupid. Yeah, I went and got some caffeine in me, but I'm having a caffeine. I'm having a caffeine crash now. Yeah, I liked Pete too. I thought he was a good pilot. He explained things pretty well. Um, you know, but they haven't come out with anything new for him to advertise. So there's nothing for him to do. You know, they don't have any new planes, and he's already done a video on all the ones they already have. So, um, I'm looking at General Hobbies real quick. I want to see what warbirds they have available from LX, because they have a pretty good selection of LX stuff. So let's see, EDF jets. Yeah, that's what we want. Let's go with that. Okay. So they still have the F-117, the F-22, the MiG-29, the B-2, the YF-23, the one Dave's been working on, the T-50. All these planes are still available at General Hobby. The Super LX, Super MiG-29. F4. What else? F-16. All this is in stock, guys. They have both versions of the F-22, both the plug and play and the kit. They have a few other jets in here, but I'm just looking at the LX stuff. This is the only thing I'm curious about. All right, let's take a look. What we got? All right, John. I'm gonna cut it. You have a good night, Tim. You too, Nick, Dave, Air Marshal. You guys have a great night. Whoever else is lurking out there, because you guys are the only ones talking. Yeah, Nick, John, RC, Air Marshal. Yeah. All right. So I'm out. It's good to see you guys. Glad you were here. John, do you have my phone number? pretty sure, or you have at least, you've sent me messages direct. So we either have my phone number or you have my Facebook contact, right? Look who showed up. Or you've been lurking all night, pterodactyl. So you've been getting me on Messenger. Okay. All right, so you can get a hold of me. So if you have questions when you're trying to do your gear, you let me know. I know you've gotten a hold of me. You know, you've sent me messages, so I know you can contact me. So just contact me, and I'll walk you through any questions you have. I'm probably still going to do the video anyway because I need more exposure. I need to yeah, lurking. Okay. So I need to do more videos. So I'm probably going to do it anyway. But that you still might have questions. So just get a hold of me. That's all. And for the rest of you guys, have a good night. I'm out of here. I'm going flying tomorrow. So we'll talk to you later. Good night.